Check. All right, there we go. The mic is working. I don't know why that wasn't working. That was weird. But anyway. All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Net Ghost Rider broadcast. I'm Net Ghost Rider. Most people call me Ghost. That's weird. Oh, there's no E there. Welcome in, everybody. It is Wednesday, June 24th, 2026. Tomorrow's big GTA 6 pre-order day. Yeah, I saw people talking about it, and there's no physical copy. Here to streak and go watch Mexico. Really? Really, y'all? I'm doing react content to history, and y'all are just gonna watch Mexico? Come on. Come on. Anyway, Kid, congratulations on the first, Lemon on the second, Cat on the third. Also, do you all want me to just not stream? Do you want me to not stream? Is that what you all want? Watch Lego Unlocked video on that. About the no physical copy. The no physical copy is fucked up. The no physical copy is fucked up as hell. Yeah, the no physical copy basically means that you can't resell it. It's not our fault your stream and the Mexico game started at the same time. I mean, you could have me up right next to each other. You'll stream longer than the game anyway. Yeah, but my reaction to the videos are not going to be longer than the game. Anyway, I'm live and alive. I'm back after a long day of work yesterday. After a long day of work yesterday where one of my players was FaceTiming, I'm assuming his wife. I'm pretty sure it was his wife. And his wife goes, "Oh, who's speaking American in the background?" And he giggled and he said, "Oh, that's our caddy." So, still got you up. Don't worry. Okay. Okay. So that was funny. I had something else to tell you all too, and I forgot what it was gonna be. Today at work this morning, it was fine. I made money. A couple reads that weren't great, which might have lost me some money, but I still got paid well, so I'm not mad about it. Yeah, and then I got back about 40 minutes ago. I would have got back a little earlier, but there was wood scattered on the road, and I saw one of the boards had nails sticking up out of it. So I pulled over to the side and I moved it out of the way so people wouldn't fuck up their cars. So I did that. W community service. Except I left the wood on the side of the road. I probably should have taken it home with me and thrown it away, but oh well. Yeah, I don't have anything else to tell you. Oh, I finally watched the first episode of House of Dragon. I tried watching it like 2 nights in a row, but I kept falling asleep because I was tired. So, watched that last night, and that show's kind of crazy because they just do big stuff from the get-go. So, but anyway, today we're gonna do the thing. We're gonna do react to Freedom 250, and apparently there's a live thing going on right now.
Taken operation earlier this
Thor
year.
told me about an agency that may help me.
Armed forces captured the outlaw dictator of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro, and brought him back to face American
Apparently, this
justice.
is perfect timing because there's literally
one of the
something
great
going on.
military raids in history, if you remember.
The start of the Great
Here
American
at home, we abolished
State Fair.
DEI across the entire federal government. We don't want DEI.
So that's happening now. But this is freedom250.org.
And we got critical
America is
race
back
theory
at
out of our
kickoff celebration of
schools.
Great American State Fair, National Mall in
And I signed the
DC.
largest
So
expansion
with
of
the
school
green
choice
pond.
in history, and we have begun
Also,
the
this is
process
gross.
of
This is
abolishing
gross.
the federal.
But yeah, so they have videos. They have like history videos. And I feel like I remember these are the videos where they did like AI to do this shit, and everybody was creeped the fuck out about it. So we're gonna go through this and we're gonna react to it and see if it's correct. I don't think it's correct. I think it's probably fucking whitewashed. But we'll see. This was sent to us by a member of the community. And they wanted me to react to it. I was gonna react to it on Monday, but they were not available. So if they were introducing it to the community, then I wanted to make sure that they were here to see it. So, I hope they're here. They know I'm doing this. But all right. Yeah, I don't have anything else. Well, let's go through this, chat. All right, freedom250.org/history. Well, let's go through the website first. Freedom trucks. A nation in motion. There's nothing more American than the open road. Follow the Freedom truck, our mobile museums as they travel across the United States. So this is where the Freedom truck is going. It's a mobile museum. Rugby, North Dakota. Oh, is there multiple trucks? Chat, I think there's multiple trucks. There's a lot of trucks. Holy shit. There's a lot of trucks. I don't think they're getting to Arkansas. Maybe they get to Arkansas from Cincinnati. Why are there so many trucks? Why are we wasting our money on these fucking trucks? Joint Base Lewis McChord, Washington. God damn it. Media Center, News and Media, Food Showcases. National Endowment for Humanities announced state and territory winners in the National American Heroes Student Art Contest. Okay. All right. But anyway, we're here for the history. We're here on this website for the history. Now, chat, we are super familiar with the history of the United States of America. So much so that the history that we were taught growing up was probably incorrect and very much whitewashed. Basically, the history that we were taught is missing a lot of context and a lot of details. So, yeah, let's look at this and see if that shit continues, or if it's like, or if maybe they got some stuff right. I'm willing to bet they did not, but we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Anyway, the extraordinary story of our founding. Learn how the founding generation turned a bold idea into a nation. Fun fact, chat. The United States American Revolution is like the only reactionary revolution, meaning that it was done by people with reactionary policies, not liberation policies. The entire reason for the American Revolution was, well, the big one is taxation without representation. So the colonists were being taxed without being represented within British Parliament, and they were not happy about it. The people that signed the Declaration of Independence were mostly the lords of the lands in the colonies and owned businesses and were rich and stuff. And then they took advantage of the brutality of the British, cracking down with taxes and whatnot, and got the working class people of the time, the peasants of the time, to called them to arms to overthrow the British Empire in the colonies. So, anyway, American History in Motion. Watch the Story of America video series created in partnership with Hillsdale College. Step inside your interactive Founders Museum. Hillsdale College, chat. Let's look up Hillsdale College, just out of curiosity. Huh. Interesting. Hillsdale College is a private, conservative, Christian liberal arts college in Hillsdale, Michigan. Huh. Private, conservative. I wonder if that's why they worked with them. Let's check out their website, chat. Developing minds and improving hearts. Small Christian classical liberal arts college in southern Michigan that operates independently of government funding. Our students come from nearly all of the United States and a dozen foreign countries. Drawn to the challenge of Hillsdale education, they grow in heart and mind by studying timeless truths in a supportive community dedicated to the highest things. Classical logic and rhetoric. Free online course. Okay. I might have to do this course. America's 250. Happy birthday. Watch the series. This is a Trump video.
In the sweltering summer of 1776, 56 patriots gathered in a meeting hall in Philadelphia and signed their names to a document that would change the course of history forever. The Declaration of Independence, and I have it right there. What a beauty. Not only did they sever the political bonds with Great Britain, they announced a new...
Chat, I'm pretty sure he has dentures. I'm pretty sure he has dentures. Just the way that he uses his teeth and stuff, it seems like he has dentures.
...era in human events, proclaiming that all of us are endowed by our Creator with rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. In our war for independence and every generation since, thousands of American patriots have enlisted their lives in defense of that cause. From Trenton...
Defense of making sure that capital can proceed without any obstacles.
...to Yorktown, from Gettysburg to Chambersburg, from the fields of France to the shores of the Philippines.
Wait a minute, wait a minute. I have to check. Okay, they did put the Union. They did put the Union here, so you got to give them props. They put the Union here for the Civil War. They put the blue coats. I was curious if they were going to put the blue coats there or if they were going to put the gray coats of Confederacy.
Chambersburg, from the fields of France to the shores of the Philippines, and on the battlefields all over the world. Every generation of Americans has drawn meaning and been inspired by the immortal deeds of the founding generation and the nation they gave us to build and to defend. In 2.5 centuries, that's 250 years, the spirit of 1776 has carried our flag to places and heights that our founding fathers could never have dreamed. Americans forged into the frontier and blazed across the Great Plains.
To be fair, the founding fathers never would have dreamed that brown people would live amongst them. So, I guess he's not wrong with that statement.
We tamed the Wild West. We pushed the boundaries of scientific discovery. We enlightened the world with
Yes, we pushed the boundaries of scientific discovery, which is why we are defunding it nowadays.
Electricity and commerce. We defeated tyrants and vanquished dictators, and we planted the American flag on the moon.
Sure, but that was all funded by the government. Forget brown people didn't even want the wrong white people back then. True. Ben Franklin considered German people as swarthy and wanted to also consider French people as swarthy, but he liked having sex with French women.
We owe it all to the patriots and heroes of 1776. This is the story of America. We're excited to retell one of the greatest tales in the history of mankind, working with Hillsdale College and some of our country's brightest leaders and foremost thinkers who have contributed to the Story of America video series, including Vice President J.D. Vance, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, Dr.
Oh, Jesus Christ, chat. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get through this. This is going to be fucking brutal.
Harry Arn, Eric Metaxas, Brian Kilmeade, and many others.
Brian Kilmeade? I am Brian Kilmeade.
Join us in honoring this incredible history, and together we will give America the greatest birthday celebration.
If you're not from a 100-mile circle around the central England, are you even white? True.
God bless you, and God bless America.
True. That is the definition of white back then. Okay, chat. This is going to be crazy. This is going to be nuts. He was the embodiment of the revolution, talking about George. Oh, no. Anyway, Hillsdale College. American citizenship and its decline? What? What the fuck? Support Hillsdale's independence. For more than 170 years, Hillsdale College has promoted the diffusion of sound learning as the best means of preserving the blessings of civil and religious liberty and intellectual piety. Your support is essential to the college in maintaining our independence in every regard. Hillsdale does not accept 1 penny of state or federal taxpayer funding, even indirectly in the form of student grants and loans. Dude, this place is fucking psychotic. Why objective truth still matters? Well, you're not telling objective truth. Piety? Oh my god, chat. Chat, this is gonna be a fucking nightmare. Oof. I wasn't sure how bad this was gonna be. But just reading Hillsdale College, reading this, it's gonna be fucking bad. It's gonna be bad. All right, so each of them are 10 minutes. Oh, U.S. Marine Corps. U.S. Marine Corps. Marine Corps. U.S. Marine Corps. Not Marine Corps, Marine Corps. The fuck is Hillsdale College? It's a private conservative liberal arts college that helped them with this history page. So I'm sure this is gonna have facts and everything, right? Like surely. Also, it says 10 minutes and 7 minutes and 30 seconds. Oh God. Oh. All right, chat. All right. Are we prepared for this? I don't know if I'm ready for this. Oh. The White House presents. Oh boy. The story of America. Oh boy. This should go well. This should go real well. Introduction.
Hello, I'm Larry Arnn, president of Hillsdale College, and I'm honored to welcome you to the Indian Treaty Room in the Eisenhower Executive Office Building, part of the White House complex. President Trump wishes to celebrate the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence next year with an open heart. The college is honored because it loves the Declaration of Independence. Our oldest building was dedicated on the 4th of July in 1853. Then the president of the college at that time, who became known to Abraham Lincoln, gave a speech.
Let's look up this dude. Let's look up this dude. Edmund Fairfield. I wonder if this dude was on the side of the Confederacy. Oh, I don't think it's the same dude. Let's see. Oh, he got it. He received a Doctor of Divinity degree. Chat. 1863, Fairfield received a Doctor of Divinity degree from Indiana University, Bloomington. The following year, he received an STD degree. What? STD? What? Doctor of Sacred Theology. He was elected to serve as 12th Lieutenant Governor of Michigan from 59 to 61 and made a widely published speech on the prohibition of slavery in the territories. Okay, so he wasn't an abolitionist, but he thinks that slavery shouldn't have been expanded into the territories. Okay. Does getting a Doctor of Divinity make you God? Maybe. Moderator of the Congressionalists, General Association of Michigan. Okay. In the theological field, Fairfield, having been a Baptist early in his career and Congressionalist pastor later in his career. Congressionalist pastor? Wait a minute. What? Congressionalist pastor? Pastor of the Manistee Congressional Church? Wait. Did they create an American religion? Coworker didn't know the $10 bill from 1995 was real. What? Money isn't real, so coworker's halfway true. My face when I went to college and came out with an STD. That's what I told him. Huh. Okay, so I guess this is, I mean, it's pretty insane. In which
he said freedom and learning go together. and ignorance and slavery go together.
Freedom and liberty go together, and ignorance and slavery go together. So there's our first dog whistle, chat. Cosplay is this guy? Apparently. There's our first dog whistle. He's calling black people dumb. Holy shit.
One of the things we must do to commemorate anything, commemorate just means to remember together. First, we have to know the thing. And we can't remember it very well if we don't know it very well. And so part of the purpose of this series of lectures is to remember.
Also, they're ableist. There's no closed caption. Did you notice there's no closed captioning? No closed captioning on this video? Fucking ableist assholes. Can't remember these nuts got him. Got him, Raph.
President Trump does this in part, I think. I don't speak for him. But the word again is important to him. He has a famous slogan that I will not repeat here, but everybody knows what it is.
I will not repeat it. I will not repeat it. I won't repeat it. But he has this great slogan. But I won't repeat it. He has the great slogan.
And it ends with the word again.
Where's my Diet Coke?
He wants to do something again. Something already been done. He wants to see it happen again.
Where's my Diet Coke again?
Places
Yeah,
him
that's
somewhere
it.
near the politics of Abraham Lincoln, I think. George Washington did something for the first time, extremely honorable, including the defense of the Declaration of Independence on battlefields. Abraham Lincoln comes along later, and he wants to restore all of that. He took the view that that was a very hard thing to do, but it wasn't a new thing to do. It was something that we should remember and commemorate.
What? I'm sorry, what? He said Lincoln wanted to ensure that document was defended again? Huh? I'm so confused.
Abraham Lincoln comes along later, and he wants to restore all of that. He took the view that that was a very hard thing to do.
To restore all of that despite the fact that it was still there? Shaking my head, George overthrew the British because of a 1% tax rate? Yeah. And he wanted to keep his slaves. He wanted to continue to profit off of the labor of his fucking slaves.
But it wasn't a new thing to do. It was something that we should remember and commemorate.
And he conscripted people to die so he wouldn't have to pay a little tax? Yep. What a hero? Yeah. So he wouldn't have to pay a little tax. A little tax without representation. I mean, to be fair, taxation without representation kind of sucks. Despite the fact that that's literally how the country is right now. My views are not represented in our Congress, and they keep making me fucking pay more taxes. Because they're not taxing wealthy people.
Introducing this series, I want to begin by encouraging you.
George Washington also inoculated people too. Forced inoculated people. George Washington forced the vaccine on people. Just remember that. He forced the vaccine on people.
To read the Declaration of Independence. It's just over 1,300 words long. It is one of the most consequential and beautiful political documents in all of history.
I mean, I would say beautiful.
You should read it again and again. You should memorize the beginning of it. It's very beautiful. It is grand and eternal. And
why does he keep calling it beautiful? Use different adjectives than beautiful. George Washington was woke. We need to cancel him? Yeah.
Eloquent, and it proclaims the rights of us all. It begins universally. When in the course, that means anytime.
Chat, if I'm going to read the Declaration of Independence, I want to read the actual thing, which means I need to get Nicolas Cage. I need to get Nicolas Cage. Good news, New Jersey's fighting against AI data centers in winter. Yeah, I saw that. Jersey doing the dirty work. I like it. Dirty jurors doing it.
One people, that means any people. it refers to the laws of nature and of nature's God. Those would be eternal laws.
The word God was used as a catch-all term for literally all the religions of the colonists. It wasn't Christian God. God fucking damn it. Fucking idiots.
Laws that we don't make, laws that are ever and forever. The terms the Declaration of Independence means that it's true now if it was true then. And it means that if it's not true now, it was not true then. It excludes any idea of a change in the fundamental conditions. Absorb that and then go on to the next section. The next section raises some claims against the King of England that justify our revolution. The particular claim is that he has violated his rightful powers by invading the authority of the legislature.
Manifest destiny.
Separation of powers would be right. And that he has interfered with representation, our ability to elect our government, which means consent of.
Notice it doesn't say anything about taxes, right? It doesn't say anything about taxes. So George Washington didn't just fight the king just to reduce his taxes.
The government has been interfered with, and he's interfered with the judicial branch. Separation of powers, consent of the governed, representation.
There's no separation of powers in the fucking UK at this point. The king is the law of the land. The fuck is he talking about? There's no separation of powers.
Those things are the very structure of the Constitution of the United States, later made to defend.
We should rename the Revolutionary War to George versus George War. We should.
And the principles and institutionalize the principles of the Declaration of Independence, according at least to those who wrote it, and to later the very great Abraham Lincoln.
Ballad Two Georges.
If you
see, we should name it Gorges, so it's fancy and it sounds like it's geographical war.
Learn those things is a sort of guide to the understanding of American politics. After the charges against the king comes a particular, also very beautiful, final section that becomes so particular it is confined at the end to the actual people in the room voting to approve the Declaration of Independence. We mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. It starts out with all eternity, and it ends up with those people and that room and everything they have pledged to this eternal cause. It becomes the American cause, the cause of our people, formed under principles of all people.
Chat, why is he holding a tablet? Why is he holding a tablet? I don't understand.
By a resolution they made unto death to defend it. That, I think, is the foundation stone of America, right there. In the course of the American Revolution, in April of 1775, in 2 villages in Massachusetts, a bunch of people, first about 70, then maybe 3,500, were called out to fire the shot heard around the world.
A bunch of people, chat. It was a bunch of people. Just people. Just average, everyday people. Definitely weren't well-regulated militia at all. It was just people. Plato wrote on a tablet. Why can't this guy? Bro.
Several hundred British regulars were coming down the road to seize an arms depot and, you might say, assert the might.
Also, did he say 3,500 soldiers at the time of Lexington and Concord? Because that's not fucking true. That's not fucking true. Lexington had 77 people. Concord had 400. The end of the battle had 3,960. That feels not true. Peak strength and militias that massed. British column on April 19th is uncertain. Many of the militiamen who joined the battle at various locations during the day continued to follow the British column all the way to Charlestown, but some also dropped out and returned home. Coburn located muster rolls for 79 militia and minute companies engaged that day, listing 3,960 officers and soldiers in all. What the? Dude, there might have been like regular people doing this. They weren't fucking soldiers. Jesus Christ. Hi, Ossiver.
Of the British Empire. And they gathered to stop them. And they did. They were organized to do that. Somehow it wasn't.
Would you say they were regulated?
Rising up. They had already bound together to cooperate.
Would you say they were regulated?
Story.
Well-regulated militia?
Was Bill McClay, a colleague of mine, a historian, tremendous teacher. He's one of our best. He's written many books. He fell in love in history a long time ago after a classical education, and I convened one of his.
What does classical education mean? Why does classical education feel like a dog whistle? Why does classical education feel like a dog whistle? To like, oh, I was taught whitewashed history. And where the history was like absent a lot of context and information. We need to redo this video, but switch the British for Americans and the Americans for Chicagoland. It's not a dog whistle? It feels like it's kind of a dog whistle. No way. Holy shit. Sorry, Chad. I'm watching the Phillies game. And the Phillies guy that they just traded for just hit an opposite field home run to take the lead with 2 strikes. That was crazy. I think it's legit just white. That's what I'm saying, Oziver. Oh, you're saying the person thinks that all of history is just white?
Books in particular to you. I think the best one-volume history of the United States ever written is called Land of Hope. Listen to him and enjoy and think about your liberties and their structure.
Your liberties.
The Declaration of Independence.
Your liberties.
This first lecture is about that shot, heard around the world. It was April 19th, 1775, and Bill McClay will tell us about it.
Oh my God, chat. This is so bad. The White House is grateful for the partnership with Hillsdale College and the U.S. Department of Education in the production of this video series. The White House wants to get rid of the U.S. Department of Education. What the fuck? Frostpunk 2 DLC has a volcano? What? There's a volcano in Frostpunk 2? That doesn't... Huh? What do you need the power generator for if there's a volcano? All right, chat. On to the next one. So I'm not uber familiar of the exact details of Lexington and Concord, but we'll see how it goes. Geothermal power generator waste? Hell yeah. Can I just skip? I'm just going to skip all this part.
Hello, my name is Wilfred McClay.
Why does this guy look like Theodore Roosevelt? Why does this guy look like Theodore Roosevelt? What the fuck?
And I teach history at Hillsdale College. My assignment today is to relate the story of how the American Revolution began with the dramatic clashes between British regular troops and American...
Chat, this person doesn't feel like an alpha. This person doesn't feel like an alpha. I probably shouldn't listen to them.
...militiamen in the New England towns of Lexington and Concord on April 19th, 1775, 250 years ago today. The fuse of war was lit at last when orders from Britain reached the royal government.
He's clearly looks maxing. I mean, that is true. Did you see those glasses?
Instructing him to move aggressively to stop the growing rebellion. After careful deliberation, Gage decided he would march 700 red-coated British troops to Concord, a town about 20 miles west of Boston, where they would seize a
Is he just reading
supply
shit?
depot that had been...
What's the point of having him just read off the tablet? If he's a professor of history, shouldn't he just know this shit off the top of his head? Why is it written down for him?
Established by the Patriot forces. The fact that such a depot had already been created is an indication.
Look at those dudes in the foreground. Oh, these guys? You know, look at this. Look at their pose there. That's an excellent pose. They're surveying. They're surveying the cemetery.
The fact that such a depot had already been created is an indication of the extent to which the Patriot side of this conflict had organized and was preparing for conflict. They were not an unorganized rabble. Far from it.
Would you say they were regulated? Would you say they were a regulated militia? Would you say that?
Gage was contemplating some sort of move, although they didn't know where or when exactly it would come until the operation was underway. And they knew it was important to wait and make sure that the British fired the first shots so that the Patriots would be able to claim the high moral ground. Samuel Adams put it this way back in March of 1775.
Isn't the thing is they don't know who actually fired first? Isn't that the thing? Wasn't the American militia officer saying don't shoot until you see the whites of their eyes?
Put your enemy in the wrong and keep him so. This is a wise maxim in politics as well as in war, as indeed it was. The success of Gage's operations depended on secrecy, surprise, and sound intelligence. So, thus the words of historian David Hackett Fisher. Gage would have to strike at the heart of the rebel movement and cripple it with quick, clean blows.
What?
Preferably with as little bloodshed as possible.
I'm so confused. Why do they keep filming this person and they're just reading off of paper? Who directed this shit? What the fuck? This is so bad. This is so cringeworthy. We are in 2026, and this is what you're giving us?
But it didn't quite work out that way. It was a disaster instead for the British. In many ways, the outcome of Lexington and Concord provided the Patriots with a great public relations victory, putting the enemy firmly in the wrong and keeping him there. Along the road to Concord was the town of Lexington, which was not an objective of Gage's troops. And yet, when the British arrived there at dawn, they encountered a group of 70 or so Minutemen gathered in the mist on the town common. The men were there because they'd been warned by means of the famous midnight ride of Paul Revere, who was one of maybe as many as 60 messengers whom he...
Okay. I was wondering if he was going to get this part right, because there was a lot of messengers. There were a lot of messengers that were sent out on that night. I think there was 3 main ones, Paul Revere being one of them, and another one was caught. And the other one got caught after they had already warned the route. But I was wondering if they were just saying, nope, it was just Paul Revere.
Help organize. Tasked to inform...
Yeah, I played Assassin's Creed 3.
the scattered militias in the area that the British regulars were coming from Boston, had crossed the Charles River.
Yeah, actually, Paul Revere didn't do the ride. According to Assassin's Creed 3, Paul Revere got hurt, and I had to do the ride. Connor Kenway had to do the ride. Isn't that what happened in Assassin's Creed 3?
At Cambridge, and we're now heading west to Concord.
Didn't I play Assassin's Creed 3 on stream?
Upon an awkward confrontation. After some taunting shouts...
I can't remember, but it sounds right. I mean, Connor Kenway definitely did most of the Paul Revere ride. But I can't remember if, like, something happened with Paul Revere. Paul Revere, if I remember correctly, this is outside of Assassin's Creed, I think Paul Revere actually got captured, too. I've been to Boston. I went to Boston a couple Christmases ago, and I saw the historical monuments, and then that's how I found out about the extra messengers and them getting captured. I thought Paul Revere got captured, too.
An argument coming from both sides.
I thought Paul Revere got captured and then he like bragged about it afterwards, which is why people like only remember Paul Revere doing it. Because, you know, the guy's definitely not egotistical or anything.
The Patriot militiamen appeared to be beginning to withdraw, and then a shot was fired. No
He actually spent the night in a brothel but pretended he got captured.
one knows by whom, which led to the British opening fire on the assembled Patriots.
Chat, I'm pretty sure that's
killing
not true.
8 of them. It was more of a skirmish than a full-throated battle, but blood was shed on both sides and deaths on the Patriot side. News spread quickly throughout the countryside.
Wait, was there not any deaths on the British side? Was there not any deaths on the British side? Just on the American side? Oh, chat, the Phillies won, by the way. They stole another game from the Nationals. They stole another game from the Nationals. That is fucking hilarious. For those that are unaware, the Phillies were down by 5 yesterday. Here, I'll do this. The Phillies were down by 5 yesterday, going into like the 5th inning or whatever it was. They scored 6, took the lead. And then the bottom of the 8th, the Nationals scored 3 runs to take the lead to go up by 2. The Phillies in the top of the 9th dropped 8 runs on them. They won 14-9. That's 2 wins that they straight up stole from the Nationals. Hilarious. Anyway, back to this bullshit.
Of what was already being called the massacre at Lexington. Then the British went on to...
They liked using the word massacre back then, chat. The Boston Massacre, it was like 6 people that were killed. But they liked using massacre for propaganda purposes. Bloody butchery, British troops. Oh, bloody butchery by the British troops. Is that of or the runaway fight of the regulars? Huh? What?
Concord, where they encountered half-empty storehouses, as the Patriots' excellent advance intelligence had indicated a move against Concord was coming.
Okay, they definitely didn't have excellent intelligence. That shit, chat. I have said this many times. Nobody runs shit well. Nobody runs it well. It's always a fucking clusterfuck. From the outside, it might look like it's well, but it's always a fucking clusterfuck. So I'm also going to believe that the founding fathers, with 0 to no technology, other than having people ride horses and pass information by word, I am going to say that they didn't have excellent intelligence and excellent intelligence networks. I'm going to say it was probably a clusterfuck and they got lucky.
And they cleared out most of their arms and armaments and ammunition and burned the rest. The regulars encountered stiff resistance from the gathered militia troops as they poured in from the countryside and fought bravely and shrewdly against the rather mechanical British. The British lost 14 men in a fight at the Concord North Bridge, which the terrified...
I'm about to start taking a shower. Some replies will be so high at me. Have fun taking a shower. Well, don't have fun taking... Just take a shower. Just take a shower.
Regulars turned tail and ran for their lives, breaking discipline, disobeying their officers, and abandoning the wounded.
I'm going to miss those quick replies.
Display. The British began to retreat to Boston and would face deadly fire all along the route. Bloody sniper fire. They were outnumbered, outmaneuvered at every turn. In the end, they limped.
I don't think that the British military was outnumbered the entire way. If you're fighting guerrilla warfare, I don't think you're outnumbering the British. I just want to point that out.
Back to Boston, having lost 3 times as many men as the Americans. And so the war had begun. And now a few words about historical memory, because that, after all, is why
Harambe warfare?
To remember and to gain the value of remembering our own past. Why is it so important to do that?
Also,
Much of
R.I.P.
what we
Harambe
remember
10 years ago.
Lexington and Concord for today flows from a single poem written in 1860 by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. The poem is called Paul Revere's Ride.
We're using a poem as history. R.I.P. Harambe, he died for our freedom. So I read somewhere the Americans did fight mostly to the standards from the times, less so guerrilla. Longfellow. Spicy Water, they tried to. They tried to fight to the standards, but at the beginning they didn't. They did guerrilla warfare in the beginning. But once they actually had the organized Continental Army and trained them, thanks to the French, by the way, then they tried to follow the standards of the time. Which once again, if you are defending your territory from an occupying force, you are allowed to fight back. They did use guerrilla warfare when they could, particularly the militias outside of the Continental Army.
It used to be memorized by every school-aged child in America. It opens like this.
Why would you force children to remember the fucking what the fuck?
Listen, my children, and you shall hear of the midnight ride of Paul Revere on the 18th of April in 75. Hardly a man is now alive who remembers that famous day and year.
Yeah, so just listen to what I have to say because nobody can verify if this is correct or not.
It's really such an infectious poem. You catch it has the rhythm. It has as a rhythm of drum taps. You know, listen, my children, and you shall hear the midnight ride of Paul Revere. But why did Longfellow address the poem to children? Surely children were not the only audience he had in mind, maybe not even the primary audience he had in mind. No, but he's indicating something. He's indicating that his poem is primarily meant as an expression of a precious memory, a memory of something that needs.
Also, to piggyback on Spicy Water's statement about fighting traditionally, the Americans got their ass handed to them a lot in the Revolutionary War. And the only reason that they won is because Cornwallis made the mistake of being in Yorktown, which was surrounded by water, and allowed Washington to allowed Washington to lay siege to them. And then the French came in and didn't allow them to escape and forced Cornwallis to surrender. George Washington was a very fucking bad military commander. So I'm curious. I'm kind of curious if they're gonna fucking glaze George Washington, because he was kind of dog shit. He was kind of dog shit, but not as dog shit as not avoiding the top of the hour ad break. Because the top of every hour, run a 3-minute ad. If you want to avoid the ads, you can pay $5.99 for a subscription, or get lucky and get gifted a sub. Or you can link your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account and get a free monthly subscription from Daddy Bezos to your favorite streamer. Hopefully it's me. If it's not me, then hopefully it's one of my friends. But here comes the 3-minute ad break now. Did you watch the historically accurate Washington Dodge Challenger commercial?
Needs to be preserved, needs to be passed along to successive generations, lest it be lost. The memory, in this case, of Paul Revere and his heroic deeds. To be sure, the poem does not provide a fully accurate rendering of the events that took place in those days. For that, I recommend you turn to David Hackett Fisher or other historians who have covered that territory. But the poem does something different. It conveys the essential spiritual meaning of the events, the legacy they had left with us, a meaning that we can and should and must make our own. And it conveyed that meaning at a crucial moment in American history. The poem was composed in 1860, on the cusp of our greatest national crisis and trial, the American Civil War.
Here it is, chat. The historically accurate Dodge Challenger commercial. Also 480p, what the fuck? They only had 480p in 1776. This is true. This is true. This is filmed. This is filmed in 1776. See, the French didn't do anything. This is how we won.
Couple of things America got right. Cars and freedom.
That's... No notes, chat. No notes. That's exactly how it happened.
We were being called to look back by Longfellow, just as Abraham Lincoln urged Americans to heed the mystic chords of memory when he's inaugurated as president, and to remember the spirit of 76 and their heroic forebears.
I mean, to be fair, the Confederacy literally cited 1776 as the reason that they were fighting back or fighting against the United States government. So, like, bro, context. The context of the situation at the time. Like, what?
So Longfellow reminded them of a hero of Lexington and Concord. On the very moment when the nation was entering the great trial, the great...
See, our rebellion was ethical, but no other ones are. It makes perfect sense. Exactly. Exactly, Otto. Our stuff is good. Other stuff, bad. Ours good. Other stuff, bad. Our liberation movement, good. Everybody else's liberation movement, bad.
Crisis of revolution. The poem concludes, too, with a haunting prediction that speaks to our moment as well. And let me close with that. For born on the night wind of the past, through all our history to the last, in the hour of darkness and peril and need, the people will waken and listen to hear the hurrying hoofbeats of that steed and the midnight message of Paul Revere. If Longfellow's right, the deeds of Lexington and Concord exemplified enduring qualities of the...
Chat, look how big the text is on that piece of paper that he's watching or reading. Look how big the text is. The text is fucking enormous. Chat, he's got glasses on that has a lot of magnification, and the paper's fucking... The type on the paper is enormous. What is happening? Yes, when I think of my Dodge car, I definitely think about freedom. Definitely not about how much gas it takes to drive fucking anywhere, and definitely not about being stuck in traffic. We do live so free.
Character of the American people that will continue to manifest themselves if we have the willingness to call on those memories, the capacity to respond to darkness with light, to peril with energy and determination.
Gridlock is freedom, Emily. Shaking my head. True. Fact.
By the knowledge that others have done these things before us, and in a sense, for us. What was done before can be done again. Thank you.
What was done before can be done again. So we can overthrow an oligarchic We can overthrow an oligarchic system where we don't have any representation. Is that what he's saying? I think that's what he's saying, chat. God damn. All right, on to the next one. Formation of the army. Let's see how this goes. Also, they say 10 minutes for all of them, and they're fucking lying. The first one was 7 minutes and 30 seconds. The second one was 11 minutes and 26 seconds. The formation of the army is 13 fucking minutes. Oh, God damn it. Every fucking intro. If the founding fathers didn't want us to be stuck in gridlock, they wouldn't have made our cities grids. Facts. Facts! I'm gonna get water, chat. I'll be right back.
This year marks the 250th anniversary of the United States Army. A legacy born in turmoil, uncertainty, and nearly insurmountable odds. 2.5 centuries ago, thousands of citizen soldiers answered freedom's call. At a moment when tyranny tried to dim the spirit of an emerging nation, our first heroes forged an institution whose...
Chat, trigger warning, Pete Hegseth. Yeah, because if I want to learn about history, I'm going to learn from the fucking drunk guy. From the drunk rapist.
Strength, sacrifice, and enduring resolve have come to define our republic. The Army's story begins in the spring of 1775. 1 month after the Massachusetts militia humbled British regulars at the battles of Lexington and Concord, America's colonial leaders assembled in Philadelphia for the Second Continental Congress. The meeting had been called to address long-standing grievances with Britain's imperial government. But to
be fair, our most recognizable historical figures were drunk rapists. That is true. That is true. I thought about that. I didn't say it, but I thought about it. Also, chat, I need to fix my lights.
Recent bloodshed at Lexington and Concord fundamentally changed the purpose of the gathering. Until then, many colonists had hoped for reconciliation with their mother country. It was increasingly clear that freedom would not be possible without war. The reasons for a united resistance were growing. Among other offenses, the British Parliament had earlier passed the Intolerable Acts, which had closed the port of Boston to all trade, forced colonists to house and feed British soldiers, and
It's that newscaster training. That is true. I mean, he wasn't even a newscaster. He just kind of showed up drunk late all the time and would just shout at the camera.
Restricted the colonists' right to public,
which I guess that's kind of what Fox News does.
Assembly, allowed British officials to be tried in England instead of the colonies, and effectively put Massachusetts under martial law. In April of
Would you call them an occupying force? Would you call them an occupying force, Mr. Hegseth? And that maybe an occupying force sometimes needed to be resisted and pushed out of the area that they're occupying? Would you say that? Would you say that?
1775, they fired on American colonists. By the end of May...
To be fair, the American colonists fired on them first. But again, the British had the right to defend themselves. The British had the right to defend themselves, Mr. Hegseth. Don't you forget that. The British had the right to defend themselves.
1775, Patriot leaders were calling up militia in all 13 colonies. They stockpiled...
Why you ruining the narrative, Ghost? Oh, I'm just supporting what the ideology of Mr. Hegseth.
Guns, ammunition, artillery, and military supplies.
The British were genociding the colonists? No, the colonists were genociding the British. You're getting it wrong. The colonists were genociding the British, and the British just needed to defend themselves. You're getting it flip-flopped.
Some militia units drilled every day. The battles of Lexington and Concord.
Would you say they were well-regulated, Pete? Huh? Would you say they were well-regulated? I see it was self-defense genocide. Exactly, Otto. It was self-defense. They were just protecting themselves and creating buffer zones.
Concord proved that Minutemen could push back British forces. Those early battles also proved that the colonies needed a united fighting force with a clear chain of command. Mindful of the
only moderately regulated. I feel like moderately could be a synonym for well. That's just a feeling. Manifest Destiny was just a buffer zone so the British wouldn't come back on the other side of the continent.
perilous road ahead, the delegates to the Second Continental Congress debated establishing an army. Letters from...
I wish Catgo was here. He sent me a message today. I don't think I've read it yet. He sent me a message. I did read it. What the fuck? I thought he sent me a message. I thought he sent me a message.
Citizens in Massachusetts were read aloud before the assembly, recounting British acts of tyranny and calling neighboring colonies for assistance. As the Provincial Convention of Massachusetts wrote in a letter to the Continental Congress on June 2nd, quote, "We tremble at having an army established here without a civil power to provide for and control them." Having received reports that British troops would soon arrive in great numbers in New York, the Continental Congress directed that if the British were to commit hostilities and invade private property, the inhabitants should defend themselves and their property and repel.
Yes, chat. The most important thing, private property.
Force.
Also, chat, there's a difference between private property and personal property. Private property is used for profiteering. Personal property is like your house. I would say my apartment, but it's not my property. It's my landlord's property, which makes it private property.
By force. Ultimately, the delegates decided they had only one path forward. It was time to...
Mr. Hegseth, I have a question for you. If the police enter my private property, do I have the right to defend myself? And I'm gonna end that sentence there. I'm gonna let you fill in the rest. It's just a question, Mr. Hegseth. Would you answer the question, please?
Create a national army. On June 14th, the Second Continental Congress voted to establish the Continental Army. The official record read, resolved that 6 companies of expert riflemen be immediately raised in Pennsylvania.
Also, can we talk about how hilarious it is that they've like distressed pages and stuff like that to make it look like it's like very old?
Pennsylvania, 2 in Maryland, and 2 in Virginia, that each company consist of a captain, 3 lieutenants, 4 sergeants, 4 corporals.
They can't even spell sergeants correctly.
Drummer or trumpeter, and 68 privates. That each company, as soon as completed, shall march and join.
I got privates for you right here. It's probably a new book they used. Yeah. No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. If they had this much wear and tear that the pages were like this, you wouldn't be able to read this stuff. They def wrote in Times New Roman. That is true. That is true. Times New Roman. I was gonna say something. I was gonna say something along those lines. Like the type doesn't even look quite right.
In the army near Boston, to be there employed as light infantry under the command of the chief officer in the army. The message to the British was clear. This was not a regional outbreak of violence. It was a unified act of defiance. The colonies intended to join together to defend their freedoms and, if necessary, to...
This guy in the center is like Man, I can't believe I'm fucking doing this right now. What the fuck?
Fight for independence. The very next day, the Continental Congress unanimously appointed George Washington of Virginia as commander-in-chief. The Congress wrote, "We, reposing special trust and..."
Join or die. Yeah. Join or die. Also, chat, I'm like pretty sure the primary reason that George Washington was named commander-in-chief was because he was like the only one of the people in the Continental Congress that had any kind of military experience. Or he probably had the most military experience because he was like in the French, he was in the French and Indian War, and he was in yeah, he served in the French and Indian War and had like an embarrassing fucking loss too. If ununiformed and armed police conduct a no-knock warrant in the dead of night and you don't know they are police, do you have the right to defend yourself from unmarked men for storming your home? Just hypothetical, probably never happened, right? Yeah, that's kind of along the lines of the question I was talking about, Amy.
Confidence in your patriotism, valor, conduct, and fidelity do, by these precepts, constitute and appoint you to be General and Commander-in-Chief of the Army of the United Colonies for the defense of American liberty and for repelling every hostile invasion thereof.
They're missing a part here where it says voluntarily offer their service. It says voluntarily?
And you are hereby vested with full power and authority to act as you shall think for the good and welfare of the service. That same day, Massachusetts leaders discovered that the British planned to occupy Boston's Charleston Peninsula. On June 16th, General Artemus Ward sent Colonels Richard Grindley and William Prescott with about 1,200 soldiers to fortify the summit of Bunker Hill, overlooking Boston Harbor. The soldiers labored through.
Chat, as someone who has walked Bunker Hill, that was a bitch to climb. It was very fucking stupid of the colonists to try to take Bunker Hill. One, you're running up the hill. Two, they're looking down on you so they can see everything. It was very fucking dumb.
Through the night to build a defensive barrier. By early morning, they had erected a strong earthwork position and were joined by New Hampshire Colonel John Stark and his troops. As the sun rose on June 17th, the British noticed.
Why couldn't the historian be like Pete Hegseth, just staring into this camera and just looking right into my soul?
Americans occupied the high ground. The British ships opened fire but could not reach the hastily constructed American positions. British Major General William Howe ordered his troops to assault the hill. The fierce battle that ensued was a tactical victory for the British, but a painful and costly one. The British sustained twice as many casualties as the Americans.
You couldn't read the teleprompter? You saw the size of the text? True. I mean, you can change the size of the text on the teleprompter, but we won't discuss that part.
And pulled back to Boston, where American forces encircled them. American morale was high, and men streamed in from towns and farms volunteering to join. On July 3rd, General George Washington traveled to Cambridge, Massachusetts, to assemble his officers just off the central yard of Harvard College, where he formally took command of the army. The next day, he wrote,
"Oh, chat, my bad. I got it wrong. The British didn't have Bunker Hill. The colonists had Bunker Hill. But the British had way more soldiers, which is why the British sent them up the hill. And the British fucked up the colonists. So the colonists fucked that up. They literally had all the advantage in the world and they fucked it up. Did a reenactment in elementary school. I think it was the Battle of the Alamo. Amazing day. But it's like, what if I told you what the average person knows about the Battle of the Alamo probably didn't actually happen. I hope I didn't ruin that memory for you.
It is hoped that all distinctions
Remember the Alamo!
of colonies will be laid aside so that one and the same spirit may animate the whole. And the only contest be who shall render on this great
I mean that because we got ice cream.
and trying occasion the most essential service to the great.
Next, you're going to tell me there was no basement in the Alamo? That's right. That's exactly what I'm telling you, Cat Max. I know exactly what I was taught in Texas history.
and common cause in which we
Give me
are
food, I'm
all
happy.
engaged. Washington then began building the new army. His task was not just about assembling men willing to fight. It was about shaping the character of the men who would forge this new nation. Courage alone was not enough. Washington worked tirelessly to instill good order and discipline, secure supplies, and institute rigorous training
Hey, why do we need to remember Elmo so much? Because Elmo is based. That's why.
to produce soldiers who could fight toe-to-toe with the British Army, then the best army in the world. Washington wrote,
You know who else has the best army in the world? The United States of America. How has that gone since World War II? Huh? Mr. Hegseth? Huh? What did he do in Texas specifically? China? I'm just saying, everybody says the United States military is the best in the world since World War II. And how's that going when we consistently keep losing to people that are in sandals?
discipline is the soul of an army. It makes small numbers formidable, procures success to the weak, and esteem to all. As the army took shape, each battle told a story of audacity and sacrifice. Washington won his first victory at Boston in 1776, but suffered heavily at Quebec. When the British returned that year to New York in full force, the army fought doggedly from Long Island to New Jersey. Washington's army suffered heavy casualties, but
Because Washington was a fucking horrible tactician.
never giving up. With winter setting in, General Washington did the unthinkable. The bold Christmas night crossing of the Delaware River in a blizzard, and the subsequent victories at Trenton and
I don't think it was a blizzard, Jet. I don't think it was a blizzard. I don't have evidence for that, but it's just a guess.
Princeton turned the tide of the revolution.
Comfort is key, yeah. Imagine them all holding that pose for that portrait.
And proved to the world the unbreakable spirit of the American patriot. These battles were more than military engagements. They were seminal moments that gave birth to our nation. Every volley fired, every...
Also, he crossed the Delaware so he wouldn't be fucking captured by the British, so he could slip away. If I remember correctly.
battle won, and every sacrifice paid moved our nation one step closer to the promise of self-determination and freedom. Today, as we celebrate 250 years of the United States Army, we remember that the greatest victory ever for liberty, sovereignty, and independence was won by ordinary people. The gallant soldiers of Washington's Continental Army answered the call of liberty and rushed into battle not only for their own freedom, but for ours as well. Their story defines us all. It tells us what we stand for and who we are as a nation, born through the sacrifice of our first heroes who gave their lives for the greatest experiment in self-government.
Wouldn't be surprised if that was a Pete AI. Dude probably can't sit that still in real life.
The world has ever known. Today, every soldier who dons the uniform guards that sacred legacy, ensuring that the ideals of freedom
Cat Max, I'm pretty sure he sits still when it comes to whitewashing history and being fascist. I'm pretty sure he can sit still when he does that. But also the dude can't sit still because of the amount of cocaine in his system.
duty, honor, and country.
Has anyone ever seen Pitt sit down at all? We have to thank the brave people of Vietnam for proving that even the new era of warfare and empire can still be brought to the heel through guerrilla warfare and the dream of independence.
Continue to shine brightly for the whole world to see. The heroes of Lexington, Concord, and Bunker Hill are not long forgotten ancestors. They are brothers in arms, standing to the left and to the right of us in our formations.
Yeah, to the left. Fuck the left. Everybody's my right. Everybody should be right.
To this day, the courage of the Revolutionary War soldier and Minuteman beats in the hearts of every American soldier. These individuals strive every day to build a future that
reminds me of Tunnel Rats, pretty good movie by Uwe Boll.
embodies the extraordinary spirit of our nation's very first citizen soldiers. As defined by George Washington in 1775, when he said, "When we assumed the soldier, we did not lay aside the citizen." The formation of our army is a testament to the power and enduring spirit of a people determined to secure their destiny of liberty. As your Secretary of Defense, I am profoundly grateful to every individual who has served, from the courageous patriots of the American Revolution who won our freedom to the soldiers currently serving around the world, defending our Constitution.
Defending our Constitution and eradicating brown children. Eradicating brown children for Israel. Did he say second defense? Oh my God, did he say Secretary of Defense?
Who has served, from the courageous patriot of liberty. As your Secretary of Defense.
Oh my God, he said Secretary of Defense. He didn't say Secretary of War. Oh my God, chat. Holy shit. He mistitled himself. He mistitled himself. Wow. He hate crimed himself. Everyone needs a hobby. He hasn't digivolved into Secretary of War yet.
Profoundly grateful to every
dead named himself. Yes, dead named himself. That was the words I was looking for.
individual who has served. From the courageous patriots of the American Revolution who won our freedom to the soldiers currently serving around the world, defending our Constitution and way of life. Today, on this momentous 250th anniversary of America's Army, let us honor the legacy of those who came before us by committing ourselves to building a future worthy of their sacrifice. May we always remember that in our unity there is strength, in our courage there is hope, and through our service there is an unbreakable promise to
yeah, I don't have anything to say here. I'm just kind of tuning him out. I'm just kind of tuning him out at this point. That's why I'm not pausing to break up his fucking awful narrative, but whatever. What if we gave politicians new names when they come into power like the Pope? I couldn't imagine having to follow the orders of these guys. Yeah. Dude, the worst part is they've literally, in the military, the higher ups, they've gotten rid of like competent people that were like basically protecting those that come below them. Now the higher ups are literally just fucking Christian nationalists. There are many reports of American commanders in mission meetings straight up saying us bombing Iran is going to help Israel so much because that's what God wants us to do. Which in the military, you can't be doing that shit. You can't say we're doing this shit because God tells you to. Like, what the fuck? Yes, I'm committing war crimes because God told me to. They convinced Trump they could get him into heaven if he helped them out. I mean, I think Israel has the Epstein files, and that's why they're doing everything for Trump. Plus the fact that Miriam Allison gave him $100 million for his campaign. So I don't think they need to convince him to get into heaven. I don't think he gives a shit about heaven. All presidents need to rename themselves as one of the founding fathers. Women presidents are exempt. Those files won't stop Trump. Cat Max, are you kidding me? Of course it's going to stop Trump. Of course it's going to stop him. Why do you think he keeps doing Israel's bidding? Why do you think every time that he says he's about to have a deal done with Iran, he just lets Israel does whatever he wants? Do you not notice that it's like, coincidentally, whenever there's an Epstein link, it's right when Donald Trump is mean to Israel and says, Israel, hey, stop doing war crimes? He'll just fake news it like everything else. President George III just confused the kids in history class for heaven and money. Well, it's mostly for money.
Defend freedom for all. As we celebrate this rich history, I invite you to reflect on the enduring spirit that began humbly in 1775. A spirit that, against all odds, forged our nation's independence, freedom, and liberty. This spirit remains the backbone of our nation today. No matter what challenge we may encounter, this spirit will propel us into the future with unwavering resolve. Thank you for joining me in celebrating our shared heritage. God bless you. God bless the United States Army. Godspeed to our warriors. And God bless America.
Yeah, Godspeed to our warriors for killing brown children. I hope that they have the utmost speed at eviscerating brown children in the Middle East. All right, Battle of Bunker Hill chat. Ironically, I don't expect the American dollar to survive Trump. I wonder what he'll convert it to. Yeah, he won't fuck that up. That's like the one thing he's not allowed to do is fondle the cash. Because every time he fondles the cash, he goes back on whatever policy he issued because the bankers and the stock market yells at him. Trump is controlled by the stock market, which is why he's desperate to get a ceasefire for Iran, because he knows it's not going well for him because Iran has like basically crippled the entire world economy. As a Canadian, I'm pissed that our prices are still worse. Hey, at least you have healthcare, though. At least you have healthcare. And education. Fourscore and 7 years ago. If you survive the wait for it. Stop complaining about free healthcare. Would you rather wait for it and not pay anything? Or would you rather be able to go fucking bankrupt the rest of your life and maybe die? You get what you pay for? Whatever, man. Come to the United States. Come to the United States then. God, I'm so fucking sick of Canadians complaining about free fucking healthcare. You have a shit ton of wait time because your country is doing the same thing the United States has done, just like all of Europe is doing. You're cutting back on everything because you're stupid. You're dumb. You're doing austerity measures to ensure corporations continue to fucking profit. That's what's happening. You're cutting costs. You're cutting costs, which means that you're having less doctors, less nurses, less hospital beds. That's why it's taking fucking forever. It also takes forever because they actually take care of people. They don't have an incentive to rotate through as many people as possible to make as much money as possible. They actually have doctors sit down with you and try to figure out what the fuck is going on with you. We love temporary foreign workers these days, cheapest labor around. Yeah, that's what every Western imperial country does. And then they get fucking mad at them, and then they ratchet up the racial animosity to deport them and scare them into getting paid for less. We took a bunch of your doctors too. Good. They can actually take care of people there and not be under the fucking boot of hospital administration. Also, if I remember correctly, the Canadian hospitals are closing too. Rural hospitals in Canada are closing too. The same thing that's going on in the United States. Which is another reason why there's a ton of wait times, because there's hospitals that are serving areas that are way too large. Hi, Mama Bear. Thank you for the lurk.
The spring of 1775, 250 years.
Well, rural is the key there. Yeah, I said rural. You still need hospitals in rural areas. There are people that live in rural areas that still need hospital care.
Years ago was a tenuous tipping point.
Oh, sorry. Bunker Hill was the whites of their eyes. It wasn't Lexington and Concord.
It could have gone either way. After the skirmishes at Lexington and Concord.
Living in the middle of nowhere takes a toll? Yeah, mentally. Mentally, because you're away from people. Actually, that might be a good thing. That might be a good thing, being away from people.
Massachusetts wondered if it would stand alone. Its legislature petitioned the Second Continental Congress to create a national army. As the army now collecting from different colonies is for the general defense of the right of America, we would beg leave to suggest you're taking the regulation and general direction of it. This was a bold step toward the unification of the 13 colonies into a national government. While it waited for an answer, Massachusetts appointed French and Indian War veteran Artemus Ward to command the growing assemblage of troops surrounding Boston. His loosely organized command included regiments led by William Prescott from Massachusetts, Israel Putnam from Connecticut.
Israel! There was Israel back then, Chad!
And John Stark from New Hampshire. With little command and control structure, decisions were frequently reached by consensus, or sometimes by force of personality. Such was the case on whether to occupy Bunker Hill on the
I love how they're painting it that it's a bad idea to get everybody's input and to talk through everything and to convince everybody that something might be a good idea.
Charleston Peninsula that pointed like a dagger toward British-occupied Boston. Whoever controlled these heights controlled Boston, but for weeks both sides had left them unoccupied. Finally, General Thomas Gage, the British commander, decided to act. The British plan was to seize the hills at Dorchester to the south and then launch an assault against Bunker Hill. The Dorchester attack was planned for the morning of June 18th, without much concern as to what General Ward's troops might be doing in the interim. For 2 days before this planned attack, at the urging of Prescott and Putnam, Ward agreed to fortify the Charleston Peninsula and its 110-foot high point of Bunker Hill. Putnam, who was itching for an all-out fight with the British, pushed for the construction of the main fortifications on a slightly lower knoll closer to Boston that would later be called Breed's Hill. On the rebel side, Ward's soldiers were still less an army than a loose band of partisans. Hardy in the cause, as one termed it. Few had uniforms. Most were in everyday work clothes. All carried muskets brought from home. Some of the...
Chad, think of how hot shit was back then. Think of how hot shit was back then when they wore all those fucking clothes.
Weapons were older
in the middle of the summer
than the men who shouldered them. Almost no one had bayonets. The crude earthworks they dug on Breed's Hill were relatively small, about 130 feet square. The main
Bro, no one said I had to bring my musket from home.
weakness was that its northern slopes fell gently toward the Mystic River, offering an avenue from which an attack could surround the position.
They all smell bad, so no one smell bad. That is true. That is true. Fun fact, the Egyptians, particularly those that were of higher class, used to wear wax on their head. They used to have wax on their head, and the wax would melt as the day went on, and it would basically be like a perfume for them, so they wouldn't smell as bad.
And cut it off. When the British discovered the rebel position on the morning of June 17th, General Gage postponed his Dorchester plans and expedited his attack against Bunker Hill. Cannon from Royal Navy ships in the Charles River and batteries atop Copp's Hill in Boston pummeled the newly constructed rebel positions, and General Gage ordered General William Howe to attack that very afternoon. Watching from atop Copp's Hill.
Chat, this guy's been fairly factual for the most part, but he 100% supports Trump, and that's why he's in this video. So, grain of salt, as was the style at the time.
General Gage handed his telescope to Abijah Willard, a loyalist who had sought safety in Boston, and asked if he recognized anyone among the rebels who might be in command. Willard did. William Prescott was a fellow soldier from the colonial wars, as well as his brother-in-law. Will he fight? Gage demanded. He could not answer for Prescott's men, Willard replied, but Prescott will fight you to the gates of hell. Now,
those guys couldn't afford the fancy portrait artists. That is true. That is true. That does make sense. Why they look like that.
Came the stuff of legend. Howe ordered 1,500 men to cross the Charles River. They landed unopposed on the beach below Bunker Hill. Prescott's men in their trenches were content to watch because they were short of gunpowder. Howe formed his troops on a rise about 100 yards inland, but what he saw next gave him pause.
Good work if you can get it.
Colonel John Stark's 1st New Hampshire Regiment, about 400 men, had taken up positions behind a rail fence and a hastily erected stone barricade on the Mystic Beach, anchoring Prescott's vulnerable left flank. Seeing this massing of rebel troops, Howe sent for reinforcements. By the time they arrived, he had about 2,200 men in the field against likely half that number in the immediate vicinity. For one fleeting moment,
Todd McFarlane sent back in time to draw war scenes. I gotta refill my water. I'm gonna let it play.
The difference between Lexington and what was about to occur below Bunker Hill stood in sharp relief. This could not be called an accidental encounter. As General Howe's troops advanced toward Prescott's and Stark's positions, late on the afternoon of June 17, 1775, it was clear to any observer that the outcome would be a pitched battle. As British troops advanced uphill in 2 long lines and in column against Stark's position, the bulk of the American line stood silent, keenly aware of its limited gunpowder. "Hold your fire," commanders reminded their men. The quote, most associated with the Battle of Bunker Hill, is "Don't fire until you see the whites of their eyes." Now, who said it? Perhaps William Prescott, or how often it was repeated is uncertain. Another account claims
I bet it was some peasant. I bet it was some peasant that said it, and the leaders are just taking credit for it.
In the stone barricade, John Stark admonished his men not to fire until they could see the enemy's white-colored gaiters. Onward then, Howe's regulars came. At perhaps 50 yards, the command "Fire" resounded, and the entire rebel line exploded with a thunderous roar. The British troops staggered and fell back in disarray. How?
Dude, the fucking traditional way of fighting back then was crazy. You just literally march in a line towards your enemy and you take turns firing back and forth. Like, why did somebody think this was a good idea?
Ordered them to reform and move forward again. Armchair strategists
Gators more like Crocs. I could believe American troops wearing Crocs.
have faulted Howe for marching his troops directly up Bunker Hill. But this frontal maneuver was not Howe's initial intent. He had placed great faith in his light infantry to turn the left end of the rebel line and create havoc along it. After that, the heavy grenadier companies were to bulldoze through with fixed bayonets. 11 companies of light infantry, about 350 men, rushed headlong in a column of fours against the stone barricade, where Stark's New Hampshire men stood 3 deep. Their first volley decimated the attacking column. As other companies moved forward to take his place, they gained no more than a few yards before more volleys rent the air. The British infantry struggled onward, but the New Hampshire lads stood firm as granite. The grenadier companies on the slope above heard these musket volleys without seeing the result.
Are we shocked that the state whose motto is live free or die were the ones that were holding shit together? For those that don't know, New Hampshire's state motto is live free or die. Also, New Hampshire, no building codes. No building codes for houses and stuff like that. You don't need permits and shit to build on your land. At least last I checked. I have friends that live in New Hampshire.
Howe indeed intended for the grenadiers to sweep through the rebel line and circle behind the trenches. But as the light infantry attack collapsed, the grenadiers too were thwarted by concentrated fire. After the second attack also failed, Howe ordered a third charge directly against the earthen fortifications. By now, the rebels were dangerously low on gunpowder. Many had withdrawn to the higher hilltop of Bunker Hill. Prescott was down to about 150 men. What ended resistance there was neither a lack of courage nor unstoppable British resolve, but rather a shortage of gunpowder. The remaining defenders lost their lives to British bayonets. By evening, the Charleston Peninsula was in British hands, but the rebels had fought a fighting withdrawal and established defensive lines. On the British side, there was a dazed sense of disbelief. The slopes were littered with red uniforms of the dead and dying. General Howe was in denial. He had won the field, but at a staggering cost. The Battle of Bunker Hill was, his fellow General Henry Clinton opined, a dear-bought victory. Another such would have ruined us. After Bunker Hill, there was no doubt that this was all-out war. Some suggest the military importance.
How was it not all-out war before that? With what happened at Lexington and Concord?
Of Bunker Hill is overstated. Yet American history has long celebrated it.
Hey, these guys are
and
serious?
The public recognized
the most serious. Yeah, they're killing us as an occupier force.
It with the same reverence accorded Yorktown, the Alamo, and
Brother, the Alamo wasn't correct. Damn, didn't even see you were live. Yes, I am live, SCow. Welcome in. Perfect time for you to come in when they're referencing the Alamo. When most of the stuff that we know about the Alamo is probably incorrect.
Pearl Harbor. If one counted only control of the battlefield, Bunker Hill was a British victory. But for the rebel psyche of 1775, the battle was a huge morale boost.
That's right. That's right, chat. A participation trophy was needed for the Continental Army. They got a participation trophy in that battle, and it led to victory. We got everyone watching foosball? Yeah, I figured. Do they have a Chipotle at the Alamo? Mexico's up 2-0. Nice. Aren't they already in, though?
As the first major clash between rebel forces and British regulars, Bunker Hill showed that those who would increasingly call themselves Americans could hold their own. The American Revolution was not begun on Bunker Hill. It certainly was not.
It's next to Ripley's Believe It or Not. The Alamo is also just a random building in San Antonio, too.
Decided at Bunker Hill. But the Battle of Bunker Hill proved that the fight for American independence and a new nation was truly...
Wait, is the Mexico game over? Because Google already gave them a win. Google already gave them a win, but they didn't give them a stand. What the fuck? That's so weird. No, but at 88 minutes? That's bizarre. Yeah, Google says they have 3 wins. And they have a 2-0 record, despite having 3 wins.
Begun in the American spring of 1775.
Wait, fucking FIFA has them with 3 wins, too. FIFA has them with 3 wins on their board, too. There's no way they can win now? Mexico has held 80% of possession? Jesus Christ. All right. Next video, chat, on the Declaration of Independence. I'm sure this will be good.
In order to form a more perfect union.
It showed a live standings will adjust if there's a goal scored. Oh. Interesting. They would have to score 2 goals in roughly 6 minutes. I mean, that could happen. Mexico could lay down. Mexico could lay down and allow them to score. Also, chat, the people that I'm caddying for. One of the guys played English Premier League soccer for 24 years. And they said the fact that there's so many fucking teams in the World Cup is bullshit. And that so many teams get into the knockout round. And it was hilarious. Bro, fresh off the sub-17 kid who just turned 18 in May scored the second goal. Damn.
Hello, my name is Larry Arnn.
Oh, this guy again. This guy again. The president of Hillsdale College. Definitely doesn't have an agenda at all.
I'm the president of Hillsdale College, which is honored to be working with the White House to produce these videos in honor of the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence, the greatest political document in human history. Our college was
This feels like a really loaded statement. Feels like a really loaded statement. Maybe the Declaration of Independence, maybe not the greatest historical political document in all of history. Maybe like the Greek document that established like democracy might have been kind of important too. This is the first time on the field and he scored. That's kind of badass. Homelander about to show up next to the read some script. That's what I'm waiting for, Cat Max. Disagree, it's the Bible. That's true. That's true. The Bible is the most important political document that has ever lived, that has ever been created.
Founded in honor of that document. We encourage you to love it and to celebrate it. And
no, but only the Trump Bible? Yeah, only the Trump Bible that Trump makes money off of. And he signed.
To celebrate it, you should learn about it. We're going to talk about two things, the meaning and the structure of the Declaration of Independence. First question is, what does it mean? Things have causes. There's a classical account of the causes of things that include four. The efficient cause means whoever made it. The material cause means
Aristotelian four causes. Oof. And before he mentions Christianity,
whatever it's made out of. The formal cause means what does it look like and how does it operate? And the final cause is what is it for? What love?
What is it made of? What?
Produces it. Declaration of Independence contains a lot of information about the formal cause of America in the middle, but its chief function is to provide the final cause of the country. What is the country for? And it begins very beautifully by explaining that. It says that any time in history, any people in history have a right under the laws of nature and of nature's God to form a nation.
Once again, I have to reiterate, when the founding fathers referenced God, they were talking about just the creator. Just a general fucking creator. 3-0, nice. Final cause, what is the Constitution?
To purposes.
No, he's saying specifically the Declaration of Independence.
That they adopt. What are these laws of nature and nature's God? What does that mean? The Christian view is that God made nature. The classical view is that each being has a good, and the good and the being are the same thing.
Is this dude saying that he was classically educated? He means like he was like Greek educated? Snuck that Bob Ross in the video. Mexicans are dirty, so we stole Texas from them because they didn't deserve it, even though they took care of our people, fed and defended them. Yeah. Based.
Nature is full of things that are good, and it's wrong to violate the good of anything. What do these laws say about people? They say that they're all created equal. Think what a remarkable thing it is for a people to adopt a...
Yeah, they're all created equal except for brown people. Except for brown people. Just remember, just gloss over that part. Just gloss over that part. Or as Otto said, people outside of the 100-mile radius of very central England.
Standard like that as their purpose, as their governing purpose. And we did that in opposition to a king who claimed that he was born to be our ruler because he was better born than we are.
He counted 1.5 million people at Mexican Angel and 2 million at the Central Plaza. Damn. Delayed banger reply, but...
He was denying the proposition that all men are created equal. If you recognize this principle of equality and you recognize it properly, it will give rise to the most amazing diversity and difference among people, because it sets up a right of all of us to pursue our lives best we can, without impediment by kings and emperors. We said, in the laws of nature and nature's God, no one is born to rule anybody else. And that's beautiful, and it sets up an agitation in the country which goes...
Mexico has held 80% possession, should have built a wall of defense. That one. Not bad. They're just not playing in the United States, though. It would have been better if they were playing in the United States to cap max.
On to this day to always try to recognize those principles.
No one should rule over anyone else except our Lord and Savior Trump. That's right. That's right.
And that's the final cause of the United States of America. Now, a word about the structure of the document. It begins with this universal claim that we're all created equal. And
dude, there's no way There's no way chuds are sitting through and watching these videos. Game over. Mexico is about to fall down. Nice. So Mexico won the group then, right? Because they went 3-0. Actually, they might have won the group already because I think they won the first 2 games. First time in history, Mexico wins all 3 games in the group. Yeah, the United States, it's the first time they've won the first 2 games. I think it was the first time they won the first game in the group. But because the World Cup is now watered down because there's extra teams, that kind of makes sense. They can make this into a drinking game every time someone sits down, every time a picture is shown. Yeah.
That nobody may rule us except by our consent.
Except people would fucking
and
die.
In the middle bit, they claim.
Just like chatters claim to die when they can't avoid the top of the hour ad break that'll run every hour to avoid pre-roll ads for any new viewers. If you want to avoid the ads, you can pay $5.99 for a subscription or get lucky and get gifted a sub, or link your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account and get a free monthly subscription from Daddy Bezos to your favorite streamer. Hopefully it's me. If it's not me, then hopefully it's one of my friends. But here comes the 3-minute ad break now.
Has done a bunch of bad stuff that justifies the revolution. He took houses away from people and put troops in them. That means they were dislodged. They were driven out into the street.
Are you saying that the occupying force threw people out of their homes and used their homes as lodging? Chat. Where have we seen that before? And that justified the American Revolution? Where have we seen that before, chat? Where have we seen that in modern times?
He arrested people. He put them on ships. And the ships were not very comfortable. They were in the hold of the ship. Sometimes they sat around for weeks in the harbor. And they were taken all the way to England. Most of them had never been there before.
Wait, also, they made him sit there for weeks and weeks on end for no apparent reason? Keta said she wants to make sure you have a mod.
And they were put on trial
I'm here.
in front of people who they never met.
There are no mods in here?
The jury of your
the least amount of mods. I see you beat me here.
peers. This is the 25th paragraph. He has plundered our seas, ravaged our coast, burnt our towns, and destroyed the lives of our people. He did kill people. And then he'd talk about the mercenaries there. Large armies of foreign mercenaries, those were the Hessians, to complete the works of death, desolation, and tyranny, already begun with circumstances of cruelty and perfidy.
An occupying force that uses foreign mercenaries. People that don't live there. Weird. Speaking of the U.S., what did Trump do today? Something was popping off in the news. I didn't see it yet. Probably some dumb shit. I scanned earlier. It wasn't anything absurd. I can look real
scarcely
quick,
parallel in the most barbarous ages and totally unworthy of the head of a civilized nation. But then
Trump berates Senate Republicans over Iran war vote after calling off bill signing. Oh, there was a bipartisan bill. There was a bipartisan bill for housing, and he threw a fucking bitch fit. He threw a bitch fit and said, "I'm canceling the signing because the Senate is voting on limiting my Iran war powers." Cancel the signing of the housing bill? Yeah. Thank you, Irish.
that leads us to the second thing about this structure point, and that was some of them are direct violations of the best method. The founders argued the only sure method to keep the government from doing things like that to you, to its citizens, to anybody, right? And those methods they provide the organizing principle of the Constitution of the United States. They are representation.
This is hilarious because literally we have a current government that is wiping their ass with the Constitution and denying people of their constitutional rights. So if you have a constitution that is supposed to protect its citizens, that's not protecting its citizens, what the fuck are we doing? If he doesn't do anything for 10 days, it just auto signs. Irish, I can't tell if you're joking or not. If that's a policy, it is administration. It's funny, the Constitution is sacred until it doesn't benefit you, and then fuck it. Yeah.
You know, the Continental Congress that passed the Declaration of Independence took great pains to be a representative body. That is to say, they're not acting according to their own will.
Representative body that didn't represent, you know, the majority of the people that made up the southern colonies. That's serious. If he doesn't do anything, it just becomes law. Wait, under that? Wait. Wait, was it a veto? It was a veto-proof majority? Is that what it was, Irish? It's the concept of America versus the reality of America. We got people out here with the entire Constitution on the truck and also 12 MAGA flags on the same truck. Yeah. Or the housing. The housing bill? Oh, so it was a veto-proof majority? So him canceling it means nothing. Yeah, Trump demanded the Save America Act, which was the Iran More Powers thing isn't an actual law. Oh, okay. Yeah, he demanded the Save America Act be passed before he signs the housing one. And for those that don't know, the Save America Act is like basically trying to get rid of mail-in voting, which is how he has voted in like most elections. Yeah, here it is here. Here it is. This is what Irish is talking about. Under the Constitution, a bill that has passed both chambers of the Congress and has been presented to the president automatically becomes law if he doesn't sign or veto it within 10 days, excluding Sundays, as long as lawmakers are in session. House Speaker Mike Johnson told reporters that the president told him he wants to see more progress on passing the Save America Act before he signs the housing bill. Yeah, okay, Trump. Just don't sign it then. Presidents have 10 days, excluding Sundays, to veto. Oh. I hate when I bring shit up. I hate when I bring shit up at the exact moment that chatters say what I'm saying. I feel awful when that happens. As long as lawmakers are in session, but what if the House isn't in session? Yeah, I mean, they've already been on a recess. They've already been on a long recess with the Epstein shit. I can't imagine they're going to do it again, especially with the fact that midterms are looming.
Somebody else, those who will be governed under this new government that they're creating, have appointed us to do this. We are acting for them. We have government by consent. And they say that the king is interfering with the legislatures that they had had before. He dissolved several of them, and he prevented others of them from meeting. And those are all in these charges here, right? He has obstructed government by consent. Then he's messed around with the judicial branch. And that means that the legislature has to pass a law, and then the executive enforces only the laws that have been passed. And then when the law is applied upon any citizen, he has to be taken in front of a judge who's not dismissible by the legislature or the executive. And then The judge has to decide. That's called the independent judiciary. It's a terribly important thing. So the middle bit of the Declaration, these 28 paragraphs, is the second part of the structure of the Declaration of Independence. And the third part is a formal legislative act that makes the nation. It's passed by the Continental Congress. I should mention that God appears 4 times in the Declaration of Independence. He appears in the first sentence as the maker.
How do these dumb fucks not understand that God is literally just a catch-all term for any belief that you have that is the creator? It's not the Christian God.
Of the laws of nature and nature's God, the legislator. He appears in the beginning of the second paragraph as the endower of our rights as creator.
The word creator and God are 2 different fucking words. You can't say that creator is saying God and not acknowledge that God in the other fucking parts are the creator. This is so fucking dumb.
The founder of everything. The last paragraph is personal. They refer to themselves for the first time.
Oh my God, it must be so easy to be an ignorant person. It must be so easy to be an ignorant person. Just sort of shows up from time to time to say hi. Yeah.
We, therefore, the representatives of the United States, we, in General Congress assembled, and then they appeal to somebody to judge whether they're right. And that person is not the King of England. It's the supreme judge of the world, the judicial.
Is he about to say the supreme judge of the world is God?
Branch. For the rectitude of our intentions, in other words, we swear we're doing what seems right, and we ask God to judge. In the name of the good people of
He did. He did. That's exactly what he did.
Of these colonies. You can read it as a claim that the people of the colonies are good. You can read it as a claim that we're acting for.
See, Israel making sense now, right? No, Israel doesn't fucking make sense. The only reason Israel makes sense is to be a fucking lapdog for the Western imperial powers and be an unsinkable aircraft carrier. That's all it is. An intelligence gathering to keep the area unstable for its resources. It's an in with God. Yes, God said to eradicate the original people of the area that Jesus lived in. Where if Jesus lived today, Jesus would be Palestinian. Jesus was literally Palestinian. Trump bro, fisting God portrait, please.
The good ones. Or you can read it as the claim, we have to remember to be good because we are assuming this authority now. Free and independent states, that they are absolved from all allegiance to the British Crown, and that all political connection between them and the state of Great Britain is and ought to be totally dissolved, and that as free and independent states, they have full power to levy war. Now we get to the hard thing. Conclude peace, contract alliances, establish commerce.
Mexico made it through the group stage without a single goal against them. Does that mean that Mexico technically didn't play? Does that mean that Mexico technically didn't play?
And do all other acts and things which independent states may of right do. And then the beautiful last sentence. This is where the executive branch comes in. Because see, now it's war. and for the support of this declaration.
I was hoping he actually drew those red lines in the book. No. He's also reading off a tablet too. No means the other teams didn't play. Yeah, exactly. So if the other teams didn't show up, does that mean that Mexico just got forfeits? So they technically didn't play a game, so they can't advance?
With a firm reliance on the protection of divine providence. That's God as the executive branch. We mutually pledge.
Wait. I thought the executive branch and the judicial branch are supposed to be separate. How can God be the judicial branch and the executive branch? Make it make sense, chat. No, because Mexico scored 6 goals. Oh. Well, maybe the forfeits give 2 goals to the team.
To each other, our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. Only in the hands of God would all the powers of government be combined. Those men.
God's the tiebreaker?
The same room where the Constitution would later be written by some of the same people. We mutually pledge to each other everything we've got. We Americans today owe those people. We should learn about them. Thank you.
Chat, I don't know how much longer I can do this. Father, Son, Holy Spirit, 1, 2, 3. Yes. Chat, are y'all getting entertainment from this? Are y'all getting entertainment from this? Because I'm going fucking crazy doing this. I'm going crazy watching this. I'm just waiting for the sun to go down. Ugh. I made it 1.5 videos. I've now made it 5 videos. Dude, this shit is so boring. There's no way chuds are fucking watching this shit. But you know teachers are showing this shit in classes. I wonder how the Marine Corps were made. Feed edutainment. Should we look at the Marine Corps birthday? Yes, I'm saying it correctly. It says U.S. Marine Corps birthday. U.S. Marine Corps, not Marine Corps, Marine Corps. Fuck it, let's do that one. Oh, this is a 3-minute one. This one's not bad. It's a 3-minute one, but it said it was fucking 10 minutes! Why do they keep lying? Why do they keep lying? See, they spelled Marine Corps here correctly. They're rounding to the next whole number. Grammy's taking a huge hit
today. America celebrates 250 years of one of the most legendary military forces in the history of the world, the United States Marine Corps.
Dude, it is so fucking funny. It is so goddamn funny that they're having JD Vance do this. Oh my God. It's so funny they're having JD Vance do this. Chat, do you want to know why it's fucking funny? Do you want to know why it's funny? Because he served in the Marines. Chat, you may ask, what did he do in the Marines? He worked in an office doing media for the Marines. That's what he did in the Marines. Just remember that. He wasn't even a barnacle scraper, Cat Max. He wasn't even a barnacle scraper. He was literally in an office. That would be honest work. To be fair, that's better than killing brown kids. That's better than killing brown kids. Except he was the one that was writing up the press release to make it seem like it wasn't a war crime.
On November 10th, 1775, the second...
I wonder if he pat someone's knee in this video. That's true. Do you think he also asked if people said thank you for the Marines yet?
Continental Congress passed a resolution to raise 2 battalions of Continental Marines. These first Marines fought for our independence on land and at sea, taking on the mightiest naval force in the history of the world, from the coast of Maine to the islands of the Bahamas to England itself. Since then, the Marines have fought hand-to-hand at Belleau Wood, stormed the beaches of Tarawa, and prevailed over foes in Fallujah and across Afghanistan.
Stalin's Fork, thank you for the follow. Bragging about Fallujah and Afghanistan. Crazy. Crazy. For those that don't know, Fallujah, multiple times, the United States military committed atrocious war crimes against the people from there. And on top, and also the horrendous war crimes that the United States perpetrated against Afghan people.
The Marine Corps has always been the tip of the spear of America's military dominance, the first to fight.
Bullet catchers and crayon eaters, baby. Bullet catchers and crayon eaters. They're so broke, they use Rose Art crayons.
That reputation helped inform my own decision to enlist in 2003. And as former Commandant General Chuck Krulak said, the Marine Corps does 2 great things for our country. It wins battles, and it makes Marines. Now, as with countless other young men and women who served, my time in the Marines taught me the value of discipline, responsibility, resilience, and duty. More than anything, I'm grateful to the Marine Corps for the lessons it instilled.
It's Marine Corps. It's Marine Corps. Remember, it's Marine Corps, JD.
Me about sacrifice and for the lifelong friends I made. On this 250th birthday of the
lifelong friends I made pushing pencils.
Corps, we commemorate its history by honoring every Marine who stood the watch and by solemnly remembering those who gave their last full measure of devotion. We also commit to the future. America will endure because her Marines will never fail her. Semper Fidelis, Marines. Happy birthday.
Yeah, Marines. Yeah, Marines. Oh. Okay, chat. Have I watched enough of these videos to your satisfaction? Because this is fucking torture. This is torture. God damn it, chat. This is shit that they're going to make us watch in the concentration camps. I've been enjoying videos on space physics and they like lately. I was happier watching foosball. That's fair. Would you all be more... Would you all be happier if I played Dave the Diver? Or shall we keep going? Mexico declared today and tomorrow mandatory days off. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Long weekend to celebrate Mexico winning. Hell yeah. Dave the Diver. Okay, that's 1 vote for Dave the Diver. I also made it further than Spicy Water made it. For those that don't know, Spicy Water was the one that passed this stuff along to me. And which is why we didn't watch it on Monday, because Spicy Water had something to do on Monday. Oof, I'd rather watch propaganda. Oh, Catmax, you're Canadian. You're not even American. Shit. If foosball is important, the evil socialist president is forcing the workforce to watch foosball instead of being productive. No! No, I can't believe that you're allowing your citizens to actually relax and enjoy themselves. I find monitoring America endlessly fascinating. Well, I don't, CatMax. I don't find it fascinating. I find it utterly fucking terrifying. Because I'm not trying to end up in a concentration camp. Which, if you know history, leftists are the first ones that are thrown into the concentration camps. These historic events should only be enjoyed by the ultra wealthy. That's right. That's right. That's the American way. All those fucking peasants and working class folk need to be working for those rich people. Ghost and I is surely on a list. 100%. I'm definitely on a list. Not even a question. 100% on a list. Probably on multiple lists. I'm on a brown person list. You'll probably see it tomorrow, but there were multiple flyovers today to kick off the state fair. Yeah. So this website, it's still live by the way. It's still live. It was the Great American State Fair. It says, thank you for joining. It's been live the whole time. B-2 bomber F-35. Did the F-35 crash? Because that's what F-35s are really good at. F-35s are really good at crashing. At least you're white, so the list can't be that bad. I'm not white. Beat me to it. Yeah. Chat, also, I went back and the website's such trash. It says application error. The B2 has its gear down for no reason. Well, obviously, you need to waste as much fuel as possible. You need to waste as much fuel as possible because you got to justify all the payments for it. You got to waste as much fuel as possible because all that money that the Pentagon gets has to go somewhere. I'm for sure on a list since I spent 11 days in an ICE detention center. Yeah. 11 days in an ICE detention center for no fucking cause. Honest question, are black people generally fine these days? Seems like they're avoiding a lot of the hate these days. No, CatMax. No. No, they're literally propping up content creators that run up to black people and just scream the N-word in their face. Black people are still getting lynched around the United States? Yes. Especially black trans women as well. If you're a black trans woman, your like likelihood of being discriminated against and hate crime is like significantly higher than anything else, unfortunately. Don't hear about that. I guess it's old news. No, it's them and us now. Yeah. Yeah, it's not good, CatMax. We're not good. This isn't good. This isn't great. It's not. Racism in the United States is systemic racism in the United States is going pretty hard right now. It won't get better on its own. There's shit happening. I mean, the one problem is like. The one problem is half the politicians that are running the country, it's literally only white people. How's that going for you? I mean, it's not going good, CatMax. It's not going good. Because the rich people are trying to divide us by any way possible. Especially race. Because we are a white supremacist country. We have always been a white supremacist country. And they see equality as oppression. I got some ideas to potentially move this forward. But I'm just going to play this. I'm playing this song for no reason. I really like spelling songs. I really like spelling songs, chap. I really like spelling songs. Spelling songs are just some of the best songs. I really, really enjoy spelling songs. They're doing a good job. The USA is one big soap opera, and most Americans are unpaid actors in drama. Yeah, that's the most American thing ever, to be unpaid labor. Because we don't have slavery nowadays. We have wage slavery, which makes you think that you have freedom, but you actually don't. Well, all great empires fall eventually. Oh, see, Cat Max, you're forgetting the part where when empires fall, it's usually violent. We are there. The violence is increasing, which is what Iran has been dealing with the last 100 days and what the American people are now going to be dealing with and have been dealing with since the start of this new administration, where the same tactics that are used against Palestinians are used against our own citizens. Slavery is constitutionally codified? Correct. Slavery is constitutionally codified in the 13th Amendment and allowed for prisoners, which is why we make up 25% of the prison population, despite the fact that we make up 4% of the population. Chat, help me start the gantry-based shopping implement company. We'll probably start taking orders soon. They didn't have the climate problems we do, though. Wait. Yeah, that's going to make it more violent. You realize the climate problems is going to make it more violent, right? Well, yeah, that's why 1% is cashing out as much as they can these days. They're not cashing out. If they cashed out, if they cashed out, they would have to pay taxes on it. The climate problems we have nowadays are literally going to lead to more violence because there's going to be more displaced people because more areas are going to be underwater, which are going to disproportionately affect people that are poor. And then people that are poor are going to need somewhere to go. And the powers that be will just violently exterminate those poor people. And more control? No, I think they're losing control. Cat Max, I think they're losing control, which is why things have gotten as violent as it has and will continue to escalate the violence. Because this is what happens in late-stage capitalism. It's either barbarism or socialism. And we're not getting socialism anytime soon. So they're going barbarism. They'll have us wanting to move to Mars so they can sell us air. No. Elon Musk still thinks that Elon Musk and everybody that is wealthy is going to go to Mars, and they're going to forget that they actually need like working class people to do things. Also, we don't have to move to Mars for them to sell us air because we have environmental problems that our air is not clean. So they'll be selling us air shortly. Chat. There's a video on the faith of our founders. Air conditioners already? Yeah. The faith of our founders. I think we need to watch this one. Supposedly, our rainwater is too polluted to drink. I mean, that's probably true. That's probably true with the acidic, with the pollution and stuff. That also might be true for just local areas. Because back in the day, it used to be significantly worse. Like Los Angeles, smog used to be horrible. But it's like drastically better than it used to be. But chat, let's look at the faith of our founders. Let's do this, and I'm going to get water, and let's continue to watch the fucking propaganda slop. Not to mention, most of us have no clue anymore how to survive in the wild. I mean, I don't think that has anything to do with it. Human beings will find a way. Human beings always find a way. Human beings always find a way. I think this one's going to piss me off because I think they're going to say all the founding fathers were Christians. Which, yeah, a lot of them were Christian, but some of them were atheists, not openly atheists, and other denominations of Christianity other than fucking Protestant.
I've been asked to say a few words about the religious faith of America's founders and why it matters. Hi, I'm Mark David Hall, a professor in the Robertson School of Government at Regent University. Let me begin by observing that a lot of nonsense has been written about the faith of America's founders. Scholars and popular authors alike routinely assert that they were Enlightenment deists who desired to strictly separate church and state. Nothing could be further from the truth. On September 24th,
Chat. Christian nationalist propaganda, shocker. Yeah. Chat, can you tell me what the First Amendment of the United States Constitution is? Freedom of religion, freedom of speech. If you're not separating church and state, why would you have a freedom of religion? Also, did they give this person's name? Mark David Hill? Did America have Christian founding? Oh, also chat today, I made my second to last payment for my student loans. So the next payment I make, I will be paying off my student loans. And I'm kind of excited about it. Even though I never should have fucking I never should have had to pay it in the first place. Man, Texas just got 50 years for passing out anti-fascist zines. Of course he did. Did he laugh and say you're not gonna last that long? Wait, he got 50 years? Dude, that's insane.
let me begin by observing that a lot of nonsense has been written about the faith of America's founders. Scholars and popular authors alike routinely assert that they were Enlightenment deists who desired to strictly separate church and state. Nothing could be further from the truth. On September 24, 1789, the House of Representatives approved what would become the First Amendment, an amendment that includes these important words: Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof.
Is he literally just debunking his own argument?
Those who oppose religion in public life often point to this amendment as evidence that the founders wanted to build a wall of separation.
Snuck those church bells in the soundtrack?
But,
well, to be fair, that's how they communicated. That's how they communicated back then across the town, was church bells. But yeah. My power just went out briefly, chat. But came back. Good thing I have my UPS. I'm assuming you all are still here. Okay. Why does this keep happening? All right. That was God. Was God telling you to keep your nose clean? Dude, this dude's a reverend? This dude's a religious leader.
Consider this. The day after the House approved the First Amendment, Elias Boudinot, who later became president of the American Bible Society, proposed that Congress ask President Washington to recommend a day of public thanksgiving and prayer. In response to objections by Adonias Burke and Thomas Tucker that such a practice mimicked European customs or should be done by the states, Connecticut's Roger Sherman justified the practice of Thanksgiving on any single event not only as laudable in itself, but as warranted by a number of precedents in Holy Writ. For instance, the solemn thanksgivings and rejoicings which took place in the time of Solomon. The House agreed with Boudinot.
It was 30 years, my bad, Daniel Sanchez Estrada. I'm glad you corrected it. Stalin's fork. It's always important that we get things correct here. But 30 years for passing out anti-fascist zine, kind of insane. Also, if you're punishing people that are anti-fascist, I feel like that's saying a lot about you. I don't know. That's just my 2 cents. It's a big tell, yeah. Also, technically speaking, I'm considered a terrorist based on what they changed. Oh, fuck, I don't remember what document it was. I think it was Department of Justice document. If you're any kind of anti-capitalist or anti-fascist, you're basically considered a terrorist now. Saw a headline at CBS yesterday that terrorists who attack ICE detention center in Texas get 100 years in prison. That's just Texas shit. Dude, I think it's fucking hilarious to think that Texas is going to last 100 years. What was that? Was it a North Vietnamese woman that was sentenced in South Korea and she laughed and said your country's not going to last that long? That's not the type of headline I expected for CBS, though. Are they the new Fox? Yes. Yes, Barry Weiss runs CBS. I mean, if they made us all rich, we'd love capitalism a lot more. That's not how capitalism works, Cap Max. The only people that get rich in capitalism are people that have capital. It's in the name. Yes, it's part of the same case, Prairie Land case. Yeah, CBS has become ZBS, the Zionist broadcast station. And also, we're the Kiss Trump broadcast station.
In Sherman, as did the Senate. Congress requested that President Washington issue a Thanksgiving Day proclamation. He didn't have to, but he did. On October 3rd, 1780,
Are they claiming that Thanksgiving is now a religious holiday? Is that what they're claiming?
Washington issued a proclamation designating Thursday, November 26th as a national day of prayer and thanksgiving. Whereas it is a duty of all nations to acknowledge the providence of Almighty God, to obey His will, to be grateful for His benefits, and to humbly implore His protection and favor, I do recommend the people of these states to the service of the great and glorious being who is a beneficent author of all the good that was, that is, or that will be.
Every holiday going to be a religious holiday? Americans already call the U.S. communist because they're miserable. Maybe we do communism, just tell them it's capitalism. We could. We could say it's capitalism where we take care of the workers. Where the workers get the benefits of capitalism. Thanksgiving wasn't recognized until after Lincoln passed. What do you mean? Yeah, no. I know that too. I was going to say something about that. But they had like a day of Thanksgiving. but it wasn't an official holiday. Lincoln literally wasn't Lincoln the one that not codified, but like made Thanksgiving a federal holiday? Capitalism for the workers is kind of brilliant. Five-head thinking. Also, Stalin's fork. Another favorite one of mine is to call ourselves Angleists. So it's no longer Marxism; it's Anglism.
That we may then unite in rendering unto him our sincere and humble thanks, and also that we may then unite in our most humble offerings and prayers and supplications to the great Lord and ruler of nations, and beseech him to pardon our national and other transgressions.
Oh God, this person is a professor at George Fox. If I remember correctly, George Fox is a fucking psychopathic, it's a psychopathic conservative Christian college. Number one Christian college in Oregon, George Fox University. Number one Christian college in Oregon, George Fox University. It was founded by Quakers and became a fucking Christian college. I could be your devil or your angel. Angle? He was a rich guy. They'll love it. I think he passed before he was able to sign it. Oh, they tried to force him to do it in exchange for making slavery illegal. I think he passed before he was able to sign it. Wait, they tried to... Wait. They forced him... Wait. I'm confused because I feel like Lincoln wouldn't be forced to do a federal holiday. Because Lincoln was very pro-worker. The Quakers I know in Florida are super radical. Yeah, like most of the abolitionists were fucking Quakers. Also, Cat Match, I'm assuming you mean Angel.
To enable us all, whether in our public or private stations, to perform our several and relative duties properly and punctually, to render our national government a blessing to all people.
There's a very good podcast about it. I'll send you a specific episode. Okay. Also, I think it's funny that I'm watching these videos
President
while holding a
Washington
baseball.
Encouraged prayer, but he did not attempt to compel it. America's founders saw nothing.
I'm assuming you meant angle. Oh. No, because you were saying angleless? Yeah, angle. Angle as Stalin's for, which I always misspell angle. So it'd be angleless. Because Friedrich Engel was Karl Marx's best friend. And they wrote the Communist Manifesto together. And Engel was a factory owner and basically paid for Karl Marx's lifestyle to continue his philosophical writings. We're not Marxists anymore. We're Angleists. Yes, exactly. Linen factory? Yeah. We're Angleists.
Nothing wrong with civic leaders endorsing religious practices like prayer, but they had
also I can't take credit for that. That's the Angleists. I can't take credit for it. I got it from Carter. Chat, go follow Carter. He hasn't streamed in a while, but this is a great clip.
Gooning. Gooning is the act of stroking your shit.
Consensus said there must be no compulsion in matters of faith. In the late 18th century, 98% of Americans of European descent were Protestant, 2% were Roman Catholic, and there were about 2,000 Jews in 4 American cities. Although it is often claimed that many of the...
Did he just straight up say one of the founding fathers, so there's no compulsion for religion? The sun is ever expanding to the point where eventually it'll devour the earth, not anytime soon, but it still makes you think. Yeah, it's not anytime soon. So if you think that's going to save us, it's not coming.
America's founders saw nothing wrong with civic leaders endorsing religious practices like prayer, but they had also come to a consensus that there must be no compulsion in matters of faith.
That's literally the definition of separation of church and state, you fucking dumbass. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. We're closer to the polls flipping. That's the thing I'm fucking terrified about. If I want to be honest, that's the thing I'm fucking horrified about is the polls flipping. Because that's going to fuck shit up for a period of time.
In the late 18th century, 98% of Americans of European descent were Protestant, 2% were Roman Catholic.
Of European descent? Brother. What do you mean of European descent? What do you mean of European descent? There were people in the United States that were not of European descent. Why don't you just say white people? Why are you only classifying white people? We are 4 minutes into this video. Those weren't Americans, obviously. In 5 years, there's supposed to be more plastic in the ocean than biolife. That scares the shit out of me. Sun out here trying to kill us today, to be honest, sitting here waiting like a vampire. What's going to happen when we are in the southern hemisphere? We will be the global south. Oh, God. Honestly, they'll just swap the N and the S on compasses. That's all they're going to do. God, if that happens on our lifetime, though, probably be the funniest shit ever. They'd be dead naming compass cardinal directions.
And there were about 2,000 Jews in 4 American cities. Although it is often claimed that many of the founders were deists, that label
Hold that sumbitch upside down.
may be applied to only a handful of individuals. Now, Protestants are people of the book, that is the Bible. So if faith was important to the founders, one would expect them to make significant use of the scriptures in their political writings. And they did.
Because that was literally the only books back then was fucking religious scriptures. That was the only thing that could be widely referenced that people would fucking understand. That's why they kept fucking referencing it. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is so, oh my God. Spicy water. I hate you so much for bringing this shit to my attention and giving me this undue anxiety. I just want to say that. I just want to say it. I just want it on the record. I knew you would love this. Oh, God, it's so. That's the brand dominance they want back. I'm here for the people. I don't know if the people are enjoying this or not. Bro, I don't even want to deal with that shit. We can't even convince people the Earth is a sphere. Now explain how the flux is going to be fucked for years. Oh my God, that is so fucking true. Oh my God, that is so true, S-Cow. Wait, how do flat earthers explain the magnetic fields? Wait, how do flat earthers explain the magnetic fields? They can't, right?
Donald Lutz conducted an impressive study of the pamphlets, articles, and books on political subjects in late 18th century America. The study found that the Bible was cited far more often than any other book, article, or pamphlet at the time. Indeed, the founders referenced the Bible more than all European authors combined, 34% to 22%. Think about that, 34% of all citations are to the Bible alone, only 22%.
Because they didn't have widespread scholastic journals back then. Dude, this is so crazy. This is insane. I feel like I should do a react video just to this shit. because Jesus said so. I'm sure it's made in a lab on the ends of the plate.
Percent to Enlightenment thinkers such as John Locke.
Ellie's pointing out that the guy looks super AI. I'm sure they did AI filtering on him.
Montesquieu, or Adam Smith. Did the founders' religious...
Did he just reference Adam Smith? He just referenced Adam Smith? Adam Smith was fucking after this time. I fucking even knew that. Oh, I lied. Adam Smith is exactly during this time. We do ghost heart rate for these reacts. Yeah. Let me see what it is right now. Because, like, my heart rate is 71 right now. My heart rate is 71. My heart rate has stayed kind of the same. It's pretty level, chat. My heart rate hasn't really moved too much. Then again, that scale's a little fucked up. That scale's a little fucked up. The scale's up to like 200 beats per minute, so you can't see a ton of oscillation. My heart rate has gone down, actually. What the fuck? Ghost getting added to more lists as we watch. Yeah, that's what's gonna happen.
Convictions make a difference in the creation of America's constitutional order. Absolutely they did. The Declaration of Independence. Its central paragraph relies on a theological lock to the 22%. Think about that pamphlet at the time.
I need to comprehend this statistical percentage that he said. You know something insane? You know how I'm in the final stretches in the job application process for this one job? John's boss finally emailed me today. Are you fucking kidding me? God damn it. Of course, the real conspiracy is how Dave the Diver ever got so popular. I guess that's true. I would love to find out how Dave the Diver got so popular. I would love to find that out. But instead, I'm watching this goddamn fucking video. All right, I need to lock in. Lock in! Lock in! Lock in. I need to hear this percentage again.
Indeed, the founders referenced the Bible more than all European authors combined, 34% to 22%. Think about that. 34% of all citations are to the Bible alone.
Okay. So 34% of the citations are to the Bible. 22% are other European authors. Is there a chance that most people have access to the Bible and not other European authors? Did you think about that? And maybe the fact that Adam Smith wasn't really a fucking thing during this period of time? 80.2265% of statistics are pulling out of one's ass. Taking a drink every time he pauses the video. Yes. Yes, I am the great pauser.
Only 22% to Enlightenment thinkers such as John Locke, Montesquieu, or Adam Smith. Did the founders' religious convictions make a difference in the creation of America's constitution?
Should have looked it up on their Kindle.
Yeah. Absolutely they did. The Declaration of Independence. Its central paragraph relies on a theological claim. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by the Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are...
Brother, the Creator is just a blanket term because they don't have an explanation. I've said this so many fucking times. The Creator is not Christian God. It's whatever you believe that is your Creator, whether it be through science or through some fucking religious text. Too bad they didn't cite that landlords are parasites. Yeah, Adam Smith cited that shit. Adam Smith cited that shit. I love bringing that up to fucking chuds. That Adam Smith thought landlords were parasites as well. You know, this video is probably sponsored by Amazon or something. No, it's sponsored by the United States fucking government. This video is made in partnership with the White House.
Are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. For almost all of the founders,
Same shit.
God is the source of natural rights, and it is a primary duty of government to protect these rights.
Chat, I'm going to have an aneurysm. Adam Smith is woke by today's standards. I mean, he's a dumbass. Adam Smith is a fucking dumbass. And he lived with his mom. I always want to make that joke all the time, that he lived with his mom and was cycling off the teat of his mom, but he actually wasn't. He just had his mom move into his house. Spicy Water, if I have an aneurysm, please make sure that you take care of my dues and everything for me, please.
Many Enlightenment thinkers in the era supported a strong centralized government run by experts. But America's founders would have nothing to do with this because they believed that humans...
Oh my God. You can't say that the founding fathers were experts in the day and then say, oh, other places wanted to have their shit run by experts, but they said, nah, we're not going to have it run by fucking experts. Oh my God. I cannot believe those words came out of his fucking mouth. That is crazy. I can't. No fucking self-aware. No self-awareness. No self-awareness. You only have one student loan payment to go? True, Catmax. I only had one more student loan payment. I bet the script was written by Copilot. No, dude, this dude is a Christian nationalist. This dude made YouTube videos on, he wrote a book on Christian nationalism and what is true and what is myth. Basically supporting Christian nationalism. Like, yeah, I just don't. He needs to hire the American hijab lady. Oh, you're talking about that. You're talking about the AI videos that we reacted to the other day. That was crazy. Where if you were a woman and you were married to a man, you had to wear a shawl over your head, covering your head, because then that indicated to other people that you were married. Just like the little badge next to your name in the chat indicates if you're subscribed, which also indicates if you avoid the top of the hour ad break, because the top of every hour I run a 3-minute ad. If you want to avoid the ads, you can pay $5.99 for a subscription or get lucky and get gifted a sub. Or you can link your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account and get a free monthly subscription from Daddy Bezos to your favorite streamer. Hopefully it's me. If it's not me, then hopefully it's one of my friends. But here comes a 3-minute ad break now. Chat, that better be a fucking 10 out of 10. That better be a 10 out of 10. That was probably the best ad segue I've ever done. That's probably the best one I've ever done. Need some groceries from the one true God, Walmart. Hey, if we let Walmart or Amazon take over everything, it's going to be way easier when we nationalize it. Hey, Trump administration, that was a joke. That was a joke. I definitely don't want to nationalize big corporations or anything. I definitely don't want to do that.
They're sinful. In Federalist 51, James Madison observed that if men were angels, no government would be necessary. If angels were to govern men, neither external nor internal controls on government would be necessary. This led them to design a constitutional order characterized by the separation of powers, checks and balances.
Was James Madison a communist? Was James Madison a communist? Because did he basically just say that communists are angels, therefore no state needs to exist? That's quite the statement. Yeah. I wonder how many government jobs America, Mart, would create. Not as many as the United States military. The United States military is the biggest employer in the United States, by the way. Chat, was James Madison a communist? Was James Madison basically saying that communism would lead to a stateless, classless, moneyless society? Saying that once we got to that point in time, everybody would be considered an angel? That's how I'm interpreting it.
In federalism. Critically, the founders believed that humans were created in the imago Dei, the image of God. In his 1793 Supreme Court opinion in Chisholm versus Georgia, Justice James Wilson.
If you're created in the image of God, wouldn't God be an envy then? Because he'd be both a man and a woman? Because men and women would be in God's image. Funny enough, they were pushing hard for me to apply at this U.S. Navy company. Give me 90 to 140K as an IT engineer. Oof. Heading out. Good game, y'all. Good night, Cat Max. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Have a good bedge. Ask how my Network Plus certification is running out in September. So I have to do a continuing education by September. It says I could do it in as little as 8 to 10 hours. The last time I did it, it took me like a full week. So we'll see how that goes.
Paraphrasing Psalm 139, observed that
every job application I get, they're like, U.S. Navy is better, apply here. Network Plus is easy. Yeah, it's easy, but like, you know how I am with that shit.
man, fearfully and wonderfully made, is a workmanship of his all-perfect creator. He echoed this conviction in his law lectures, noting that innocent life must always be protected. He wrote with evident approval that, with consistency, beautiful and undeviating, human life from its commencement to its close is protected by the common law. Many founders were also coming to recognize.
Chat, also common law is literally what James, sorry. Common law is literally, it's British. Funny enough, you can't apply over the age of 42. Well, I guess you can't go into the Navy then. Or you can go to the Navy and figure out, use your IT knowledge to figure out why the toilets on the aircraft carriers keep getting clogged.
Recognize that slavery fundamentally undermines the idea that all humans are created in God's image, and so they were coming to oppose it. This is why the Confederation Congress passed, and the First Federal Congress reauthorized, the Northwest Ordinance, a law that prohibits slavery in the territories, which became the states of Ohio, Michigan, Indiana.
I'm sorry, what? Are they saying the founding fathers said that slavery was bad? They literally had debates on this about when saying all men are created equal. They were wondering if they needed to include slaves or not. What the fuck? Why do they keep getting this fucking wrong? You think a Secretary of War would want me to help him lose a war? Maybe. Oh, ask how earlier Secretary Pete Hegseth referred to themselves as Secretary of Defense. They dead named themselves, as Big 13 Irish pointed out.
Indiana, Illinois, Wisconsin, and part of Minnesota. As well, 8 states north of Maryland abolished or put slavery on the path to extinction between 1777 and 1804. Finally, the founders understood the Christian faith to require.
Dude, these motherfuckers will justify. These motherfuckers will fucking justify slavery, saying that slavery is in the Bible. Who's SecDef? I only know SecWar. Yeah. Hi, Gold.
Require the robust protection of religious liberty for all. This is illustrated well by George Mason's draft of Article 16 of the Virginia Declaration of Rights, which reads,
Gold, have you recovered from the psychosis of understanding that a walk does not mean a dead ball, because Twitter was fucking blowing up this morning. Chat, for those that don't know and aren't in the Ghost Cord, Gold wrote an essay. Gold wrote an essay on a walk means that the ball is dead. You might ask, why is that relevant? So, yeah, I still don't really understand why it isn't. Okay, no, I was just confused. So, what happened is Gold is a Cubs fan. The hitter at the plate had 3 balls on them. I don't even know what the count was. I don't know how many outs there were. There was a runner on first. The pitch in was a ball. The runner was stealing. The throw goes down to second because you don't register it as a catcher that it was a walk, so you just throw it, right? So you throw it down the second. Also, the umpire might have been slow on it. It was a called strike that was overturned. What? It was a called strike that was overturned? Which added to the weird. Wait, what? It was a called strike that was overturned? Dude, they have a specific rule in there. What? No, I don't think it was. The clip I saw, it was just called ball 4. The clip I saw was just called ball 4. But anyway, called ball 4. So the runner at first gets second base safe. I'm confusing with another clip. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they have a rule in there if it's like overturned or whatever, that any play that happens on that gets adjusted. Because obviously, as a runner, you're not going to know if it's fucking ball 4 or not. But anyway, it was ball 4. So the runner at first has a right to second base. But they continue to run. So they initially touched the bag, which is them getting to the bag. And then they overslid the bag, which brought them off the bag for a brief second while the tag was still applied, which makes them out. That's the equivalent as getting to second base and taking a lead and then getting tagged. That's basically the equivalent of that. So that's what happened. And Twitter was fucking melting their brains. Because Gold, I have a question for you. If there's a runner on second and they have 3 balls at the plate and the runner on second steals and it's ball 4, do you think that runner just stops? Do you think the defense can't throw that runner out? Also, Gold, if it's ball 4 and the ball is thrown out of the way of the catcher where the catcher can't get it, do you think the runners can't advance on that? Or if a hitter gets ball 4 and the ball rolls all the way to the backstop, can the hitter not advance to second on that ball? Also, Gold, I'm not painting you as not intelligent. I'm just pointing out other scenarios. Okay, good point. I forgot about the implications of a loose ball. Yeah. Again, Gold, I'm not doing this to denigrate you or anything. I'm just giving other examples that I would say to these other people. I got you. Okay, just making sure that you knew. But Gold, I appreciate you asking sports ball question. And when I saw the message, I glanced at it and I'm like, huh. And then I woke up and it was like all across my feed. And I'm like, oh, this is probably what Gold is referencing. And then like Twitter was fucking melting down over it. It was kind of funny. But anyway, back to the fucking propaganda.
That as religion.
I was just confused because like all 3 broadcasts said the same thing in the moment. Well, I didn't say this in the Ghost Cord, but I said those announcers shouldn't have fucking jobs. Those announcers are idiots. They're stupid. They don't know the fucking rules. and they shouldn't have their fucking jobs. Like, if the player got hit by the ball, then it's a dead ball. If the batter got hit by the ball, then it's a dead ball. But it's always live. It's always been live. There's literally a specific rule, and I sent this to Gold too. There's literally a specific rule in the rule book for that exact scenario when the base runner over slides a base on a walk.
or the duty which we owe to our divine and omnipotent Creator, and the manner of discharging it can be governed only.
Also, God can't be all good and all powerful.
Only by reason and conviction, not by force or violence, and therefore that all men should enjoy the fullest toleration in the exercise of religion according to the dictates of conscience, unpunished and unrestrained by the magistrate. Note how Mason's provision is grounded in the duty which we owe to our divine and omnipotent Creator. Now, this is not a bad provision, but James Madison, in his first significant public act, objected to the use of the word toleration in the article, believing that it implied that religious liberty was a grant
He said duty? Yeah.
From the state that could be revoked at will. The Virginia Convention agreed, and Article 16...
All right, night. Good night. Happy Badge Irish. Thanks for popping in.
Which had a profound influence on subsequent state constitutions and the National Bill of Rights, was amended to remove the language of toleration to make it clear that the free exercise of religion is a right, not a privilege granted by the state.
I'm so confused. This dude is arguing that Christianity is built into the American Constitution, but then at the same time, he's arguing that it's a right to have religious freedom. That is separation of church and state. What the fuck?
By the end of the Revolutionary era, every state constitution offered significant protection to religious liberty. The federal Constitution of 1787 did not have a religious liberty provision per se, but Article 6 prohibits religious tests for federal office. Now, some objected that this would allow non-Christians to be elected to federal office. Federalists conceded that this was the case, and many undoubtedly thought this outcome unlikely. But fortunately, they insisted on a constitution that did not favor one religious tradition over another.
Why has this guy been arguing that Christianity was built into the fucking Constitution, and now he's saying it's great that the Constitution has freedom of religion? Chat, am I getting gaslight? Am I getting gaslit in the same video? Are they gaslighting us?
Anti-federalists thought the Constitution did not sufficiently protect religious liberty, and they insisted that a Bill of Rights be added to it. In the face of popular outcry, the first Congress proposed, and the states ratified, a constitutional amendment prohibiting Congress from making a law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. This provision clearly bans Congress from creating a national church, and it goes well beyond protecting the freedom of worship. It insists that citizens have the right to the free exercise of religion. Not only did the founders understand that religious liberty must be robustly protected, they recognized the religious convictions of all Americans must be carefully guarded.
Wait, is this dude saying that the freedom of religion and religious freedom and everything like that is because Christianity is being infringed upon? Is this what this dude's arguing?
I already mentioned Article 6's prohibition on religious tests, but let me close by returning to President Washington. In 1790, he wrote a letter to the Hebrew congregation in Newport, Rhode Island. Keep in mind, there were only about 2,000 Jewish citizens in America, and they had little political or economic power. As a matter of principle, not politics, President Washington insisted that all citizens possess alike liberty and conscience and the immunities of citizenship.
Damn bro is ugly. Yeah, they were all pretty ugly back then. That's what syphilis does, Gold.
It is now no more that toleration is spoken of, as if it was by the indulgence of one class of people that another enjoyed the exercise of their inherent natural rights. For happily, the government of the United States, which gives to bigotry no sanction, to persecution no assistance, requires only that they who live under its protection should demean themselves as good citizens, in giving it on all occasions their effectual support. Like James Madison, Washington emphasized that Americans have moved beyond toleration to respecting the inherent natural right of all people to the free exercise of religion. Washington closed this letter with the following paragraph. May the children of the stock of Abraham who dwell on this land continue to merit and enjoy the goodwill of the other inhabitants, while everyone shall sit in safety under his own vine and fig tree, and there shall be none to make him afraid. May the Father of all mercy scatter light and not darkness in our paths, and make us all in our several vocations useful here, and in his own due time and way everlastingly happy. There are 9 scriptural references in this last paragraph.
No sex equals hot. Yeah. Did you come here looking for me in here too like a stalker? Motherfucker, I was here first. Lies, I got first. True. Kidda did get first. Kidda has been here, but Kidda was away watching Mexico.
One of them is to Micah 4:4, which reads,
I'll have you know, I came here to talk sports ball and get mad at history with ghosts.
While everyone shall sit in safety under his own vine. And
I will say that Kidda literally said verbatim, I'm only here to continue the streak, and then I'm going to fuck off. That's exactly what Kidda said.
Fig tree, and there shall be none to make him afraid. This was George Washington's favorite Bible verse. He quoted or paraphrased it more than 50 times in his writings.
Look, Mexico is playing. Look, I'm reacting to fucking history. How often do I react to anything, let alone history?
Give thanks for our founders' religious faith and for their wisdom and foresight in protecting the sacred right of conscience in the First Amendment. Now, it is up to every generation to protect these rights, to ensure that every American can sit under his own vine and fig
I will watch the entire VOD and you know it.
tree and never be afraid. Thank you for joining me.
Prove it. Oh, God, chat. Oh, God. So we have done 1, 2, 3, 4. We have done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We've done 6 videos. We've done 6 videos in 3.5 hours, chat. 7 videos. 8 videos because we did the Trump address too. Oh, God, chat. My brain hurts. My brain hurts because of this shit. Why do y'all do this to me? Why do y'all do this to me? Why do you make me do this stuff? Like, thank God we have a Jubilee banishment in this chat. I'm gonna take your sword away, Yakub's dumb baby. You dumb baby. Yeah, also I lost my sword in Yakub's too. I just want to point out. I used to have a sword. Dumbass baby. Maybe we need a walk-on. Maybe we need a walk-on sound for Gold. For when Gold comes in. And it's Hassan saying the dumbass baby. I can give it back. Kidda has the power. No, you don't have to. I'm just messing around. All right, chat. Let me launch Dave the Diver. I don't know how much longer I'll be live, but y'all come here for gaming. That's an intriguing concept. I like how I have a sword and a hammer on your screen. Oh, you have both? That's interesting. Dual wielding. I think I have you listed as both. Ooh, excuse me. Yeah. Nope. I did it again. Sorry, Escal. Oh, it automatically makes you moderator. Sorry, Escal. My bad. So it lists you as both moderator and lead moderator. Get the gaming for Pride Month. Gaming. We be gaming. Gaming. I'm out of water again. It's raining. That's right. Chat, underwater, it's always clear skies. Cooksta. Did I rank up? Damn it, I need more followers, chat. I need more followers. Just like I need 20 more followers to get to 1,000. I need a motor and a camera lens. For those that were not here the other day, Dave the Diver, we are collecting fish. We are collecting fish for our sushi restaurant. Dave is being exploited for his labor by this one dude. I can't remember his name. He's got some bad vibes, though. He's got some kind of bad vibes. Okay, but Dave gets to like swim around it and it's pretty. True. But his labor is exploited. So Gold was, were Cubs fans like melting down about the rule? Not really, as far as I can tell. God damn it, Beck. Are you fucking kidding me? Really? Really? You're gonna come in here and make my ass stand up? Fuck. Well, if I'm standing up, I'm gonna go fill my water. I'll be right back. Most were annoyed by the call because they didn't know it, but more annoyed at the ejection. Semi-niche rule that resulted in our star player getting out and the manager getting ejected. Nobody was happy about the situation, but like it seemed normal as far as I could tell. Talking about soccer, no baseball. There's been a lot of red cards in the World Cup, though, from what I understand. So Craig Console got ejected because he didn't understand the rule. I gotta look at his post-game press conference. Goes, hi, Danny. I don't really like men's soccer. Okay. But they're so emotional, Becca. Bunch of babies. That's what I'm saying. This Chili said it was dumb rule, but that the call was right. It's not a dumb rule. What? That's the rule. The dude is a Major League Baseball player. What do you mean it's a dumb rule? There's literally a rule that specifies the exact situation. God damn it, chat. I should be a fucking manager in Major League Baseball. I sleep with the forecast as my white noise. What? My forecast? But yeah, that's the rule he said was dumb. Oversliding the bag? Well, don't overslide the bag. It's pretty simple. The one for the exact situation. They specified it so that you could go in there and be like, hey, if this happens, are we okay? Like, what's the ruling on that? That's why they specified in there. Yo, overall, I woke up and I see the weather forecast on. Oh. Ghost is playing the role of emotional man today. I play the role of... Becca, you missed it. We were watching American history propaganda for 3.5 hours. For 3.5 hours, and you missed it. I was real fucking emotional at that point. Get away from me! Oh, shit. I saw and I purposely didn't chat. Wow. Wow, Becca. So then you come in here and say, actually, I've been here the whole time and I'm going to make your ass stand up. Can't believe you do that to me. Bro, I'm so fucking sick of watching the World Cup with all these dumb Fox ads. Yeah, I'm also sick of the World Cup ads. I am personally not watching the World Cup. I'm watching the clips and the cool shit that's happening with the fans and stuff. But I am personally not watching the World Cup. Yeah, take out that paper. Yes. Bro, that hammer is so annoying. It's kind of annoying. It's kind of annoying because it doesn't knock him out immediately. Oh, also chat, big wins in New York yesterday. Lots of socialist wins, DSA wins, which is great. More socialists in Congress. It's so loud. Well, it is a toy hammer. I need to get to the surface. Oh, no, there's oxygen here. There's oxygen. Not for the Mets. True. True, but big victories for Cleo Valdez, Brad Lander, and, God. I'm drawing a blank on her name. She's really based, though. We managed to beat the worst team in baseball. It's a miracle. Yeah, they're the worst team in baseball, and they have the Mamdani effect, too, which means they're really bad. It means they're really, really bad. I need to get her name right because she's awesome. Darliza Avila Chevalier. Our offense has woken up those teams. The Phillies offense did too. Gold, I talked about it earlier on the stream, but the Phillies were down by 5 in like the 5th. And then they scored 6, took the lead. And then in the 8th, The Nationals took the lead, so they were up 8-6 going into the ninth, going into the Phillies' last bats. And the Phillies scored 8 runs in the top of the ninth to win the game after blowing the lead in the bottom of the 8th. I know it was nuts. I watched the game. Highlights? Yeah. I haven't even seen the highlights yet. But, like, I was at work, and I was just, like, pissed off that they were down by, like, 5. And then I saw they took the lead, and I was happy. And then I saw they blew it. I'm like, fuck, they lost the game. And then, like, I don't know, 10 minutes later, I looked at my phone again, and they were up, like, 14 to 8. I'm like, what the fuck just happened? I'm like, is my phone broken? It was crazy. Just collecting shit, chat. And then they can't. Oh, gold. They came back and won tonight in the 9th again. They pinch hit. Schwarber came in as a pinch hitter, and he walked. They brought a pinch runner in, and then I think they brought another pinch hitter. And with 2 strikes, the guy hit an opposite field home run to take the lead. Wait for real? That's crazy. Yeah, they were down by 1 going into the 9th. So they've literally stolen 2 wins from the Nationals. They've literally stolen 2 wins from the Nationals in the last 2 days, and it's hilarious. I guess we're done. I could do that too. Becca's stealing wins from the Nationals. Becca, I hope you do. I hope you do steal wins from the Nationals. Which means that fascism will go down. I just don't want to. How's your pitching staff? The best pitching staff in baseball. We have Zach Wheeler, Chris Sanchez. Chris Sanchez didn't give up a run for a month and a half. Zach Wheeler's the GOAT. Nola's not that good. And then Jesus Luzardo is also really good. And like 4 of our pitchers in our rotation are locked up for the next like 4 to 5 years. We had a rookie that is supposed to be really good, but we just sent him back down. Our closer's the best in baseball. He's like a 170 ERA or something like that. My staff only pitches the best stuff, if you know what I mean. I don't know what you mean, Becca. I need you to explain it to me. Please explain it to me. Ben Brown hadn't give up a home run in like 60 innings or something. And as soon as the announcers brought it up, the next pitch he got homered on. That's classic. Classic. Dude, this is the same reef. Nothing has changed. Why is this? This is kind of annoying. Also, chat, are we annoyed that GTA 6 is not going to have a physical copy of the game? That the physical copy of the game is also still going to be a digital download? I miss when we had Cy Young winners. I mean, the Phillies don't have well, I guess... No, Zach Wheeler doesn't have a Cy Young. Last year was supposed to be his year, and then he had thoracic... He had a blood clot in his shoulder that was literally life-threatening. From like an ethics standpoint or whatever, yes, practically no. From an ethics standpoint? The ethics are you're not allowed to resell the game. Are you talking from a like waste standpoint? Fuck. I don't know, I'm blanking on the right word. Because basically what they're doing is making sure that you can't resell the game. No, I mean like an ability to own something you buy and not have your access taken away arbitrarily. So ethically, you're saying it's also bad. Oh yeah. Okay. Okay. I was confused. I worded the question wrong. Like servers can get shut down, games can get blocked in certain places. Yeah. Get back here. Shit. Yeah, from that standpoint, I'm not happy. For me personally, it doesn't change anything. Yeah, me personally, but for everybody else, like I feel like there'll be enough of an uproar. Maybe there'll be enough of an uproar. Because that shit has happened before. Wait, why can't I hit that eel? Why can't I hit the eel? I want to hit the eel. Also, the game is $80. Which again, with the number of hours I'm going to put into that, I don't think I'm going to do that. Yes! The Hush Dart gun. That's the gun I want. Get things ready at Bancho Sushi. Yeah. Alright. Chop. Triple axle. Hush Dart. Craft it. We've collected all the materials. Good, let's try and create a new weapon. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. It's like, I can deal with top tier premium version of a game. I know I'm gonna put several hundred hours in, being $100. I agree. I agree, Gold. But like they're 120 now? No. The deluxe version of GTA 6 is 100. The regular version is 80. The deluxe version is 100. That's what I saw anyway. Forza 6 120. Fuck. What the fuck? Also, doesn't that just give you like aesthetics and stuff that doesn't actually like increase the game? I like what Helldivers did where they gave like free DLCs. Gives you access to the DLCs, 2 major DLCs. Oh. We're gonna get more people. Few, minor, me or higher? Yes, you or higher. Enhance. Yo, look at Bancho. Watch Bancho here while I go to the bathroom. Put that on the menu. Put this on the menu. Cuttlefish. Put that on the menu. Painted comber on the menu. And we'll do blue tang on the menu. Serving up Dory, chat. Okay, can't research anything. I'm buying. We'll grab a snack. We are open. We are so open. Green tea, green tea, green tea. Green tea, green tea, green tea. Nailed it. Nailed it. Clean, clean. We're clean. More green tea. More green tea. Clean, clean. Clean, clean, clean. Green tea, green tea, green tea. Oh, more wasabi. Chat, I ran out of wasabi last night. Because I wasn't paying attention. Hell yeah. Successful day.
Go. Movie.
What'd I get? What'd I get? Email? Jellyfish Party. Blue Hole Tourism Committee. Hello residents, we have finally launched a tourism committee and wrote the newly discovered mysterious Blue Hole. Our first event, the Jellyfish Party, will be held in 3 days. If you know any restaurants that can serve jellyfish dishes, match the theme, please spread the word. Oh, I can do that. What a nice looking picture. I guess it's trying to open this place for tourism. I just hope it doesn't get too chaotic. Well, it's a party held on a special day. We just need to prepare for more customers. Mail said the party's theme was jellyfish. Jellyfish dishes should be popular. It's October 15th, so we have 3 days. Make sure to prepare some jellyfish, whatever kind it might be. Let's hit the jackpot. Special customers arrive during events. Prepare the dishes they like in advance. You might hit the jackpot. Special customers arrive during events. Prepare the dishes they like in advance. You might hit the jackpot. Okay. Okay, so I need more jellyfish. Cuttlefish. Damn it. Damn it. shit, I don't want that. This is literally the same area. I thought the area changes every day. Jock bangs. Damn it. Give me that ammo. Come here, lionfish. Come here. Okay. Okay. Got him. More ammo. Missed. Fuck. Jellyfish. Fried egg jellyfish? Hell yeah. Alright, oxygen. Ooh, shark. Sharky, 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 shark. 99, sharky, sharky, sharky. Go to bed, sharky, sharky, sharky. Oh shit. Okay. Come on, go to bed. Go to bed, Mr. Shark. Yikes! Shit! Fight him off! No, a reef shark would never do that to me. A reef shark could never do that to me unless I had food. Good. Alright, I need to get the fuck out of here. Fuck me. No! God fucking damn it. Fucking shark. Goddamn shark every time, chat. Oh, I had jellyfish. I'm just gonna beat the shark with a baseball bat, Chad. Sauce. Oh, black vinegar. Ah! Shit. Sleeping. Big Eye Trevally. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Upgrade my gun. Oh, that gives me ammo. There's oxygen in there. Oh, hey, Becca. Thank you. I almost fell for the purple chatter trap. Purple chatter trap? What's that? What's that? Becca, thank you for allowing me to sit my ass down. Thank you for allowing me to sit my ass down and listen. But unfortunately, we're at the time where I'm probably wrapping up stream because I have to work first thing tomorrow morning. So I'm gonna finish this one up and then I'll be wrapping it up. But Becca, thank you so much. Damien replied to Gold saying I was right here thinking that was Kidda grabbing a snack. Ooh. Oh, fuck. That would have been funny and awkward, but very funny. I would never recover. I mean, it'd be hilarious. Oh. Okay, there we go. What is this thing? Pick up that fish. Found frogfish. Okay. Fuck, I need jellyfish, chat. Fuck, I need jellyfish. Damn it. Bless. Thank you, Becca. I realized my mistake before I even made it. Coral trout. Nice. More coral trout. Oh, I fucking missed. I thought I was going to catch multiple fish there, chat. Sharp Japanese sword. Chat, I haven't seen a jellyfish yet. Shit. Woo! Dodged. Yikes. Escape. Get out! God damn it. God damn it, Dave! What the fuck are you doing? Classic fucking Dave. Classic Dave. All right. New hires. Hell yeah. Ooh. Echo Watcher? Overpopulated invasive species? Hell yeah. 20 research points? Hell yeah. Echo Health Bracelet? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Menu. Fried egg jellyfish. Enhance the jellyfish, chat. Yo, Boncho. Boncho is the best. Big-eyed Trifali. Okay, I just need to get a bunch of jellyfish. Okay. Higher. 70 cooking. Ooh. I want to hire her for $4, and then we're going to train her, chat. What does the procure mean? They get more money? Swap for Catalina. Let's see. Waiting room. We are going to train Itsuki. Oh my god, it's Gordon Ramsay. Yo, Itsuki! 99 serving, 97 appeal. Hell yeah. Best $4 I've ever spent. Oh, I can dispatch. Wait, I can dispatch people to get shit? Okay. Okay. Wait. Sending him out to get more soy sauce. Okay. I think we're good. All right, let's open it. Yo! Itsuke is all over this shit. There we go. 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 Oh, she ported already. Itsuke is goated. Itsuke is goated. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit, out of wasabi. Here we go. Do this, we do this. Yeah, I spent 4 coins on Isuke. Yeah, now we're paying our workers good wages. Hell yeah. All right, chat. Wrapping it up on that note. Wrapping it up on that note, chat. Fuck, how do I save? Oh, there we go. It auto-saved already. There we go. Sweet. All right, chat. I need to send you all somewhere. I need to send you all somewhere. Where shall I send you? We will send you to... That's so loud. We'll send you to Supa, who's continuing to play Dead Island. And I was supposed to play games with her at some point. I'm going to send you all over there. Chat, here are the raid messages. First one are those that are not subbed. Next two are those that are subbed. I work early tomorrow. I thought about playing golf after work, but I'm just going to come home and I'm just going to edit. I'm going to edit tomorrow. I don't know if I'm going to edit a TikTok or if I'm going to try to dip into the capitalism bad faith talking points one, but we'll see. But anyway, chat, thanks so much for being here. I greatly appreciate it. Watching me melt down over this bullshit. But thank you. Hope you feel better. It's just allergies. I'm gonna take my my allergy medication after this, and I'll be good. It's just my allergy medication ran out during stream. But thank you so much for being here. With that being said, wherever you are in the world, good morning, good afternoon, good night. See y'all later. Go Birds. Fuck ICE. Free Palestine. Fuck Israel. See ya.